Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage on California versus Monica Sementilli, day 27. So, appreciate you guys joining me today and my little sidekick here, Super Ball. She's a good girl. I think I have Rafa too. Yeah. Rafa's underneath the table. So, all right. So, how is everybody doing today? Dreama, hello to you. Shirley Roth, thank you for joining us. Made it through the portal. Awesome. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, made it through the portal. Baka, this is where the cool kids hang out. Awesome. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Sinbad, Fala, hello, hello. You love Mitzi's face expression. Let's go back to that. Right? That's classic. That's awesome. All right. I think I'm going to have to make myself a little bit bigger here. All right. Kathy Smith, hello to you. Only fan, yes. Monica versus Mitzi versus Monica. Sinbad, oh cool, you saw the Jules Investigates. Thank you for joining us. Awesome. That was good. That was a good show. If you guys didn't see that, go check it out. Jules Investigates. We had Susan, we had Rob, Rachel, Dr. Rachel. All right, Fala, go do your lunch. Very good. Drunky the Bear. Mitzi's expression. All right. Sinbad. Awesome. Awesome thumbnail. Mitzi, yep, looks like the way we all feel. Drunky the Bear. I feel like Mitzi would be fun in real life, as opposed to this unreality we're watching. Butterfly Dana, good morning to you. Yeah, Baka, please, 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 state rest this morning. Oof, I hear you. Irish Amy, hello to you. And the kitties. Yes. Hey, Anja. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Nan R. Just in time. Yep. We should have a feed any minute. Widespread Panic. Hello. Missy Russell. I was going to say Mitzi Russell because it's Mitzi Roberts. Missy Russell, good morning to you. And Pammy, ding, ding, ding. Bonzi Fonzie. How can you get on the show? Which show is that? Bonzi. Hello, Bonzi. Hey, Bridget. Good morning, Squeegee in class. My PC crapped out of me and had to find you on my laptop. Took a while, but I found you. Yay. Yes, Nanar, it was good. Rob had great info. Yeah, we're looking forward to having both Susan and Rob on again very soon. Yeah, you can't say. I get you. No, it is what it is. Oh, and you just got, just by saying that, Baka. Yep. Just by saying that. Oh, well, what are you going to do? All right, so we are into day 27. Day 27 of California versus Monica Sementilli. Sementilli, I feel like it, right? Sementilli. Sementilli. Hey, salty girl. Yeah, this trial is long. It's testing our resolve, our, I don't know what else it's testing, but it's testing us. Hey, Krista Limited Edition. How are you? So good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Salty Girl, that panel today was awesome. I saw you said something about Minnesota. I don't know why I said the hinterlands of Minnesota popped into my head. Yeah, usually it's like Alaska, but for some reason I said Minnesota. Yeah, Irish Amy, day 27, nearly a month. Well, in court days, yeah, 27, but I think in reality, this started a long time ago, you guys. When was day one? Day one was January 27th. January 27th was day one. Oof. Yeah. Irish Amy, so glad it's not me hearing the tea leaves. Yeah. Sementilli. I think Drunky the Bear, you pulled it out yesterday with the way it's spelled. Look at the way it's spelled. Semen. Yeah. So we can't go there. Oh, Krista Limited Edition. Awesome panel this morning. Very well done. Very cool. So glad you liked it and watched it. Yeah, Jules investigates. She pulls in some good stories for sure. So thank you to Jules. Jules knows a lot of really great people, as you know, and then she brings us some really great content. So thank you to Jules. Hey Sherry, how are you? Good morning. Had a hard time listening to jail calls. I know. First, how did these two get to talk that long? Second, is there any place to read these transcripts? First one's easier to answer. Probably they let them talk because they're going to spill something that they shouldn't. Right? If you're the prosecutor, you're like, yeah, talk all you want, just because you never know what they're going to say. If you're the lawyers, you're probably saying, you guys, shut up, stop talking, because they're going to use it against you. So that one's easy to answer. The second one is place to read the transcripts. Well, every time they hand out those transcripts, the judge is always like, Judge Cohen's like, get him back, bring him back. So it's probably harder to get those transcripts, I would think. Hey, Bridget, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. The court is late today. They're usually they start pretty close on time. Pretty close to time, I should say. Oh, you guys, we hit 6,200 subs. I forgot to tell you. We are over 6,200 subscribers. So thank you for that. Irish Amy, why would you change your name to Baker from Sementilli? It's so much more fun to say. I know. Hey, Bridget, glad you could. Oh, is Todd with us? Where are you, Todd? Did you come into the chat? Did I miss you? Is Todd with us? Why don't I see you, Todd? Hold on. Give me a moment, Todd. Where are you? Why am I not seeing you, Todd? Well, if you're in here, Todd, then cool. I'm not seeing you yet. Irish Amy says, "Oh man, you are gonna have you're gonna have Squeegee all kinds of confused now." Oh no, Bridget, it's gonna have me confused. Wait, why am I gonna be confused? There. So Bridget is Leslie. All right, I gotcha. Bridget is Leslie. All right. Here, let me look at your profile picture. Bridget is now Leslie. Okay, I gotcha. Well, hello there, Bridget. There you are, Todd. 76 days. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see you when you first came in. So cool, man. Good for you. Keep it going. Keep it going. Yeah, that's awesome. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. I'm so glad you're here with us. Yes, Pammy. Well done, Todd. Yep. What Ken says, congratulations and thanks for sharing. Well effing done. Man, Bridget, are you trying to confuse my tired brain? Yes. Krista Limited Edition is sending you love and light. Yes, you rock, Todd. Good job, man.
Popture, you're so great. And I just got reelected for another 6-year term.
Oh, I hate when they do that. They just come flying in. All right, we have a feed, guys. We have a feed. Hold on. He just comes flying in. All right. I'll see you on the other side.
Your term. I'm sure you're so great. and I just got reelected for another 6-year term. I'm going to keep you for the rest of the term. Don't thank me now. Jacob Roberts is still under oath. I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, were we in the middle of People's 267 being played?
Yes, we are.
You should continue.
Thank you.
If you can cue up as to where we are and let the jury know what page we're on, please. Again, for the sake of the jury, can you let us know what page you're on? So.
Yes, I believe we are on page 43 of the transcript, clip 20.
Thank you.
Line 6.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I didn't see anything yet. But I'm watching it from a freezing cold attorney room on a screen bed. But they gave a lot of it only shows coming in, actual front, and the side. So that's it. So compared to where I usually park and you usually park, can't see it until no, nothing except the front desk. This front desk is it.
Anyway, enough about that.
When you pull us out, you know, you gotta look, be very aware of what's going on around you to see if there's an opportunity. If you're at the
I thought, no. I saw the guys looking past her thing. This stayed between the door. And then looking for you, and I kind of said it, really, just for you to take it when we walk by.
I would have thought about that. You know, I mean, it's not funny, but it's kind of funny. But if my punishment included being in a cell with you, I could live forever.
That's a dream come true.
I'll wait for the girls to get totally grown first. They come visit you.
Every time the male guards come around, I'm on the toilet. Like, every time. I'm like, is it possible you guys have to come every time I'm sitting on the toilet?
They do it on purpose.
They do it on purpose. And then they laugh. Hello, Sementilli. Stop calling me that.
See that you're married, you can change your name.
I'm planning on permanently changing my name, so please don't call me that anymore. We're gonna get out.
Well, we're done. Got it. Gotta do so much. I think you're the best candidate.
I already said that.
It's gotta do it. Technically, you can do it. The guy can do it too. And that would really offset the prosecution. We're not denying the claim that you never had. Or you run crazy shit and do this. Yeah, that would definitely. I'd be crying. It's like you do. So, you know, the marriage thing is not really crazy, but it's good. It brings me warmth. And it brings me, because I'm already soulmated to you, for sure. So it's basically a marriage is step down, really, but it's needed for just for legal purposes. If and when something happens, we need to do something. We have the right to do something legally. So this weekend, I know what we've done for you.
If they let me out.
What do you mean, let you out?
Well, they took mine from you. Yeah, and just interviews of me, myself, audio, and transcripts of the police car.
I remember that. Please.
I said, somebody did this to us.
Yeah, so that's what he said.
Somebody talked. Yeah, I mean, about our relationship. I didn't hear the 911 call yet. They have that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. It's not necessary.
Yeah. And that was it. And that's...
Yeah, it's just like a whole bunch of phone calls, like our cell phone records. No texts yet because they haven't gotten into the phone.
Yeah. No text. Just no text. We saw each other.
No, beforehand.
Yeah, we texted that, here and here.
Yeah, but, I just hope there's nothing on there.
Nothing else?
Not that I've seen. Oh, something, there was a thing called Yahoo. So we clicked on it. And it's just how to install it. Directions on how to install it on your phone or something like that. There's nothing there. Nothing. But I don't know. No, obviously, I don't know.
Yeah.
They can't get into my phone. This is all computers. This is all computer stuff.
Yeah, I don't even use that shit. The only thing you and I use is WhatsApp. Text when we start. That's what I really want. The way you see it. But even then, it was just going out. That's good shit.
But otherwise, it's over.
Stop moving it out. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. But now you know what I say. I want to see everything. Remember, I want to see everything. Everything.
If the eyewitness that said there was 2 black people.
Yeah. My attorney said he saw 2 coming up. He said he couldn't tell shit. He said, no, you know.
I said, I know your body. I don't have anything about here.
We will figure this out, and we have to, and we're going to continue. One of this is going to happen. Everyone on the same page. So I'm on your page. I'm going to make my word be on your page. It's going to stay that way. The only thing you need to do, what your guy should do, is take care of your side. The rest will fall into place. That's it. That's all. Don't. He just needs to take care of you. That's it. All he needs to do is take care of you without putting a bullet in my head. See that? That's what happened. That's what my It's good on the end.
I think the opposite. I think you're gonna. I said no
Last set of clips in Exhibit 267, we heard the defendant mention passing things through a trustee. What's a trustee?
A trustee is an inmate in custody that has been given certain privileges. They have specific jobs within the facility and have more freedoms to roam around without as much oversight from the sheriffs.
Including, such as delivering mail and things of that nature?
Correct.
And the defendant also discussed her flip phone and Baker's flip phone. Was the ZTE item 120, that burner phone that we discussed last week, was that also a flip phone?
It was a flip phone.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd like to pass out the transcripts for 268.
Very good. And again, as always, is the admonition.
It's for August 31st, 2017.
Not today. I didn't bring anything today.
Where?
I was able to mail you 2 or 3 envelopes, and I had 10 to mention.
Tell me what you brought back.
Took it off.
It's those fucking guys over there. They're doing this shit constantly.
Claire keeps telling me to stop writing, because I'm not writing. Because I'm ready to die.
Yeah, right.
I already said so. But the rest of the time, they took everything except my ring and my washcloth. They left me.
That's because that's perfect.
I'm stressing out.
Wow, what else is going on?
Losing my hair. I keep getting on TV. I don't want to be on TV.
Hey, stay strong to it. I've been writing every day. You should give a shit every day. So, is it better becoming? It's coming out for me. I'm coming for you. Is it everything that's coming out? Okay, build it more. Did you read it? Yes. I'm running out, so if I read to her or either one, you'll get it. You got it. All right. They're going to keep doing it, so just don't be on do stuff. Yeah, I figured there's nothing. It's a bunch of shit. It's a fucking circus. No, I'm saying it's a circus. I give my opinion. fixing anything, but the only thing they're using is a relationship. So that's been established. There's no way around it. Nothing else they can use. There's nothing else they can use. And if they wanted to keep us apart, they would stick us in here. Be strong. I love you so much. I can't stop thinking about you. I have nothing for them to take. Yeah, I have nothing. I'm going to say, so it'll take about another 10 to 14 minutes. I really know. I had sort of like that inner meltdown yesterday. Another Leo. I am your home. You are my home. Wherever we are is our home. Remember that. We are each other's home. They cannot take that away. Yesterday, when I was feeling pretty fucked up, you pulled me up without you knowing. And I felt it. I'm telling you, I felt this thing is crazy. Look at this thing. So it's crazy. I can't explain it. So, I can't even describe it. But I will. I'll write you a letter. I'll write you a letter. Okay. I promise you. I'll try to send you something. If I can afford it every day. When I get it, let's see that. I'm trying to look that up. If not, I'm going to give you mine. Not this one. I'm giving you a call before I'm seeing something.
Okay. I have 10 envelopes full. And I know that we're going to do okay. We do 2 a day, so it's not all at once. And they took
What if when you get back, is that your back?
they took it on my report on Monday. I had so much old stuff still.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
So as soon as you write it, send it off immediately to PP. That's the best way to do it. That's right. So, yeah. That's the way to do it. Mine sends it directly to you. It should show. But what they're doing is they're waiting for you to get it first. It's fucking weird. I'm shaking it up. So, yeah. But anyway, it's kind of funny because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't do that. Be aware that you should be scared. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of it. But there's nothing you can do about it. You have to wait. And hopefully, things will straighten itself out. Did you talk to them about that thing? Don't say, don't talk about it. There's another thing we talked about.
I haven't seen it this time.
Just say, I'm sending you a plate. I will be thinking about your reality right now. I'm here. I'm not going to. You'll feel me every night. says, hands, send, and on the 17th. See what happens in the next 2 weeks. Okay, wait. It's going to be time. I don't know what's a good time. For your time to set a sketch, right? Unless we get a time. The only thing I would go for that is once a week, maybe this week a message. And I can check it. I can call whoever it is and ask them if they're anything to do. There's an update every time.
So they put us in here, no telephones, no toilets.
Let's see what's the problem. Which is fine. They always put it far enough away so that way we can talk a certain volume. If they really want to do something, they would put us right here or right here. Same shit every time. This is their whole problem. I'm hoping these letters come in because the letters are being sent by. Because I don't know if it's cool to send it to them.
I don't send to my name. Anything on my name, never copy it.
Yeah,
Come in.
well, it's already something you did. But yeah, I'll keep it for now. Yeah.
I sent it to your computer through mine.
Because right now there's only one. But my thing is, I sometimes do this. Send me something PG directly from you to me. Just smiley face. I don't want to see the colors. Just touch it. It works.
They were to you.
Yeah.
For me. I think I got it. No, the ones I mailed out just now, 3 days ago,
Yeah, they won't get you from another job.
I had them separated already. I had 10 envelopes. They came to me around the time.
Yeah, just send it over.
I had 10 envelopes to send you.
Right, you see, yeah,
Took them and
that's right. You didn't tell me nobody wanted to do shit, but nobody did anything. See here? I don't want to. No, I'll get you all that. To deny it.
just like everything on the news.
By the time, what? Yeah, she's trying to do the business. No, cut that off. Cut that off.
I only watched one show. I wrote that to you too, but I think they took that one. I only watched one show. It's called The Sinner.
Yeah,
It's on Netflix.
it's a weird thing, let's say you talk about our lawyers, well, my lawyers are on the same page as yours. He's like, you know, I guess I'm going to talk to you, and all I do is just, you can stop doing this. You can stop doing this. He's your lawyer. You pay him. He works for you. You don't work for him. Just if you were able to go home and do it, don't hesitate. Don't run. But if you I understand. But I want you to do it. I want you to get out of this so that they can't subject you to this kind of shit. They're not going to let you do it. Well, I wish our teams would talk to each other.
I think after this process,
It needs to happen. Somehow that needs to happen. Somehow that really needs to happen. So when you get to talk to yours, so it won't happen to come in. But, you know, they need to come together. Because this is going to be a fight. Everybody isn't sick to be a problem. So, I'm hoping that I always said something today to the word today. You got to talk. So, let's do it. I'm doing the work to understand how they mean. I don't know. See what my lawyer says. I know he's going to tell me. We might not. We might not. We might not do it. But I just got to see all this shit that you're trying to put in there. Right. I'm prepared for the worst. So that's why I was like doing that.
I know, but
See my point? I even write on it, I'm like,
she's like, what to me to find out how to release them.
I'm trying to find out.
Yes.
Which one is this?
Everything's frozen, all her money's frozen, my bank account's frozen, the house, from the moment to sell it, the probate lawyer's trying to sell it, their own real estate agent, I can't use mine.
Because they're fucking around.
Yeah, because his family doesn't want me to take everything, so we have a lawyer that works for both of us, that splits everything out in the middle, for his heirs, which are his children.
Yeah.
But once this is over, then it doesn't matter anymore, but still.
You know, one of the things.
Gotta give the car back.
Cares what's the car?
So they're doing that too.
Why do you gotta give it back? Who cares?
Because it's 60 grand almost, and I'm gonna need the money. The lawyer, the probate's not gonna pay for my car. You know, it has to be family bills that are paid, half and half. So I sent you a lot, so.
Within the last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a couple of minutes.
I hope we get them. It's like, 'cause if you don't, it's like, I don't even want to write, but I know it's not going anywhere. I know you're never going to see it.
Yeah, so just go, PB. For now. Let's see what happens.
I swear I sent you now. Already, because I check it there, right? Before I send it, I check it. Already they sent back one paper, and it was all with lipstick on it. Kisses.
They send it back.
Yeah, because you know, it's contraband. You can't put lipstick, you can't put kisses on it. It was lipstick.
Alright.
Yeah, and that was the one I wanted to give you. I actually didn't care about the rest of them. Yeah. So you're not going to get half the shit. Because I drew on all of them, I kissed them all.
Sorry, I feel like Sadie was just fantastic. Sadie's fantastic. Sorry.
So angry. I'm so angry.
We should know it. Slap. Me and you and I. So we're going to tell them, how are we going to tell them when we get there? I'm going to do this. Then you're going to be officially this one. I'm not going to ask you. I can't testify against the judge. Not that I would never. That's sorry about that. It was a joke, by the way. It's a funny joke. We get married because and everything else. You are the perfect wife for me. I also told you that. I told you that I was going to go. They're going to do this before all the shit. They're going to continue to do that thing. They will be okay. natural of it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. That doesn't kill you. Makes you strong. This will make your guys wild and strong as this. It will. Don't get me wrong. Eventually, once you get it, you're going to have to sit down. You never know how you feel about it. You never know how you feel about it. They're going to let you know how they feel about that. It's going to be cheap. The girls are going to wait for their lives. On yours. The dream of yours. And whatever that journey is, bitch, I'm never gonna do that. Just say it. Never gonna do all that, you know. And, my lawyer, they say, my friends were so lawyers, saying it was lawyers are controlling me. These are controlling. However, it's not. You're not gonna do it. So I agree with what you're saying, and that's it. But, my discussion with her, I will keep you upbeat. I will keep you upbeat. And let her know that I love her. I know. It's on me. I got it. I said I'm living it to you. She's more important to me than my fucking ass. It doesn't. But I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. So let's say it goes great. You find it out. You can never come back and be in that position and get in stuff that you possibly could have done. Because it's not that because you know that. So you must take advantage of it. And enjoy it because it's a one-time game. One way or another. And it's the same thing for me. I feel you. I'm talking about it, don't make me crazy. That's what you know. There's no reason for you to be in this situation. It's an opportunity. Work. I don't really imagine what your family thinks. Because they're being told about your shit.
I don't know because I discuss anything with them.
But you can't. But of course everyone else can.
Yeah.
So it's always on one side.
Yeah. That's why I know in my heart. I know it. I can't talk to her.
Sit.
I can't hear you.
Don't sit. Oh. You can't.
I can't really talk to her about it right now.
No.
But I think she's probably the only one that everybody else, believes the worst, so that's why it's really difficult.
But I would say this is
The transcripts are being collected.
Course of this date of let's see, because I'm referring to their PPs, sending through things through the PPs. What are the PPs?
Those are the inmates that act as sort of their pen pals to receive their mail and disperse it to them.
And when we heard them discuss his estate and referring to the person with respect to probate as him, who is that individual?
Sustain.
Was there anyone that was going through a probate in this particular case based on your investigation other than the victim?
Yes. Oh no, I'm sorry. The victim. It was his estate. Correct.
All right. When I have the next transcript, it is approximately 6 minutes in length. This one's dated 11/2/17, and this one is identified as Exhibit 269.
Thank you. All right.
I look at the picture of the baby all the time. She looks like you. With that I want to go home. Yeah, well, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a long while. Depends on what was they're getting. I cover your mouth. Just cover your mouth. I never did what? Yes, I did. Yeah, did what?
The whole thing. The whole thing.
Oh, no. No chance to do that. Otherwise, I'm dead. Because you started that way.
So we get brand new. One last night, that's going to use my I don't see it all the way. Can't use it on So that's a fun thing to try to work. So work. Yeah.
Because they do freeways.
Yeah.
I'll ask them if I can do it for them. Yeah, they'll call and do freeways, right?
If you get it work, I just gotta use it.
I just gotta pay them,
So yeah, well, I do favors and shit. 100,000 people.
but I'll wait till you get all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then when I know I'll mail you the.
Right.
But I can't tell my.
No, it's.
Or my. They're
Oh,
to do this.
no, absolutely. No, absolutely. They're going to be watching. People will be watching.
It's good. It's very good.
Second.
My neighbor. Look at. I'm gonna put your initials on.
Really stop.
No, I saw that. And that's why I wrote back to you. I get a tattoo your initials.
I'm doing the same shit. You're not watching that with my sister, man.
Yeah, what days? Is it Friday?
Say no.
Okay, I'll try.
And the people are collecting the transcript.
During this set of clips, as well as one the other day, we heard the defendant refer to someone by the name Deborah, and on a prior date, Baker referred to somebody as the busybody Debbie. Is there a Debbie or a Deborah in this case?
Yes, it's Deborah Obad.
And when we heard the defendant and Robert Baker talk about three-ways, what is that?
That's what we were talking about before, the three-way calling, where Robert and Monica arranged to call in to a third person that would connect the calls together so that they could talk.
In other words, calling through a third party.
Correct.
And when we heard clean one, is that calling through through a third party using someone else's inmate number?
Correct.
Your Honor, we now have Exhibit 270, which is the last call or set of overhears from January 4th of 2018.
You mentioned this is approximately 31 minutes, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, this is fine.
Oh, do you?
Yes. What is that?
It's my toothbrush and toothpaste. How did you accomplish that?
It was hard. So,
What was the last your pen pal?
28th, and I was I think it was the 20th. It was let me see. The guy that was
You know, like, I think I sent something to my pen pal even yesterday, so I hope they get it. That was probably the craziest one. And I didn't even want to write it. But I couldn't keep it from you, so.
it'll run.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because he won't leave until 14 days.
Well, I hope so, because if you said the last was the 20th, and it's already the 4th.
Yeah, well, it's in the holidays, so it's pretty.
The last I got, my pen pal got was the 21st.
You and BG cool?
Yeah, but it's not going to be the same as it was before.
Not really, but I understand.
Yeah,
I don't know where that came from. That was weird.
it was really weird.
Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, yeah, I am down.
You should get a whole lot of, stuff to get. You get it?
I got up to the 21st, I think.
Wow. So you get started 3-4 days.
Used to.
So yeah. The cleaning one I gave you, probably won't be that's the same one, so that same thing. Did you get that? Oh wow.
Clean one? No.
Clean one. Oh wow, that happened.
No.
Should have been there already. Huh? That should have been there already. I might be there anytime yet. Oh yeah. Sporadic.
I don't know. I think that, I think I need to get a new pen pal anyway, and you should too.
Well,
Just to see, you know.
yes,
The last thing she said, he said, yeah, it wasn't, I hate having to censor every fucking thing I want to say. Fuck. It is.
So,
So, you have some I can't even see. Okay, I need some details. Just leave it for me, I'm sure. I have so much to tell you. The clean one still hasn't hooked it up yet. But we need to do that. Like, we need to do that right away. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a memory and back in the day they had to always but I'll capture that.
You have the ability to do it online collect?
Yes.
Okay.
People still so
I'm gonna have to start using those too.
Even though you're using, whatever, it's still be perfect. So it doesn't matter. You use your own, it doesn't matter.
No, it does because
They still know.
it doesn't matter. I just don't want to give them anything.
You have the next one be you're just they're not.
Like my team, they don't know that. They don't know that. Okay, because if they do, they're gonna, eventually they're gonna. I just haven't said it. I wasn't asked either.
I'm not gonna say that.
I was asked on the mail that I do get from you. I think I have 2 or 3 envelopes and pictures.
That's it.
That's all I have. And so every time he comes to visit me, he wants to see them just to make sure because they haven't seen them. So he wants to have the exact same what they have. And but every time he comes, I always forget. Listen, there's nothing in it about the case, so.
They should know that.
Well, look what they're doing. I know. It is ridiculous. And someone's gonna pay. Someone is gonna pay for this. I know. Well, that's what they told you. That's what they told you. Yes, I know. I know all that already. Well, yeah, but even it's vice versa.
I know.
But it's no.
I already told them. I told mine that.
I know exactly what you said. So it's all in.
Alright. I told my people. Push on shows.
No, that doesn't work. Okay, but no. I don't want to hear that anymore.
I know what I'm saying. see it. I see this when you
We are going to go home, and then they're going to pay for this. Yeah, so it was all match, which is, you know, what we said, what I said in the first place. I have nothing to hide, and I don't care how many forms they put on me, because what I say is what it is. So, but I feel okay about everything. I just don't want to be in here. I don't want to be here, and I hate all those women. I hate them all.
The reason why we have no bail is because they know that if you bail out, you might just get it.
Yeah, because of the Canadian laws, no extradition.
Yeah, that's why I got you on the bail. That's why I got me on the bail. So I don't care. If you ain't going, I got my agency.
Think he's lying? I hope so. I hope so.
I think that's one of the
Okay.
when I had sis.
Okay.
Look up something. Instead of those two,
Send it to me. Now, she's here until April. She's there until April. Unless her result changes, I don't. I heard you got some attention.
Where? Oh, man, you wouldn't know anything about that? On your side?
What? No. Oh, no. This is statewide, by the way.
Oh, that's the one?
No, I'm talking about you yourself have been noticed by people. Yes, what you wrote to me.
One thing I do all sense, man.
I hate it.
Everything. Whatever. Redo it. I hate redo it. I redo it. Problem is, it's making all the place. That's the top. We want to cover so much.
So, I want to cover a lot, actually.
I look at your, every time.
That's the only one, my card, is the only one that I have with me. The rest are stored in other places.
Yeah. They call it the farm.
Latin, but it was Italian. But the rest was all good. It made sense. No, I can see that's why I love it so much. Did you get my Did you get my Christmas song? Yeah, you know how you wrote that? Was it negative for Christmas? Okay, so I wrote you a jingle balls one. And it was so funny. But then yesterday's, I sent to my pen pal. Oh my God, it was nasty. I don't know how I came up with that poetry. I cracked myself up. But it was good. It was good. So good that everybody copied it. Because my friend goes to court with her husband. But I'm trying to, that's what I'm saying about minutes and stuff. I'm trying to cut down things that, like I call everybody collect, so.
So we can, I put on this call, I think I'll just call myself. I'm trying to come right home. I think I should just call myself on Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You want to do that?
Yeah, but that's what I thought, because then I was reading something that, said, why is there no check-in or anything like that, and I thought it was Saturday.
Yeah, because this is good to know that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, because the way I have studied systems is, and I think you might want to do it too, and I'll verify it, is the way I had it set up, if there's nothing, then I call, and sometimes she didn't. So if it just doesn't go, that's cool. But if I want to relay a message to her, and then one more time, look, if she has to say the call, she knows that otherwise then she doesn't answer. Unless it's on a day of let's go things. So I'll cover that with her again. That day aside. That if that system is used, then she should pick up.
Okay.
I'll do it that way.
Sure.
Because that way, but the only bad thing about it will become annoying. No, then I'll do it this way. I'll do this. We'll still do on Wednesday, but without the thing, so it'll be quick, like boom, all good, all fine. It'll be boom. It was info. It'll be phone back at such. So let's say I go to 12-1, just check in real quick. It's something important. Come back to the inside.
It's good, but still, again, like, I wanted to clean one because...
No, that too, because you can still pass on the information needed on that Wednesday or another day. If there's something important. We can do it.
But, for me, like hearing some things were really good, like made me feel really good. We're even there really starting to leave. So it's good.
Who is you?
No. On my team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, my
Really? Yes, I think that's
changed.
I think it's changed, but I also think that it's being done on purpose.
No, what I'm saying is this. The feeling I had. My son basically
Well, that's why it's so ridiculous. Have you looked over everything? Oh, I have, and I was laughing. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Because I'm wearing short skirts and I'm being promiscuous. So that's, it's ridiculous. Circumstantial stuff. It's all, to me, it's all stupid waste of time. There's nothing, I don't know. It's almost funny because it's unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah.
And I said one day, I said, it makes no sense because worse more than that makes no sense.
I know. It's ridiculous. Still no, because then we'll just do what we have to do. That's it.
Hey, don't pass anything?
They took it.
There's no passing anything? You're giving it all? Really? Really? Honestly? Yeah. Take that back. Like you said, there's no passing. Whether it's this, is that it? Nothing. No. I wouldn't want it. All right. I'll do that.
Yes. How the hell did you do that? You just sucked it up? Because I'm looking at it, and it's like pretty difficult. Yes.
That's not hard part is
You should have been making a lot already.
Probably this stuff isn't here yet. So, yeah.
Just leave it in the chair. They know? Oh, but they don't know? No, about that. Yes. You have to. You have to tell me. Inside the wreath? What did it say? Because I couldn't figure it out. Inside the Christmas wreath? Around.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I got a few words out. But I was like, hey, someone, can you look at this? Some fresh eyes. And they're looking and they go, all the same things I got. No, there was something I couldn't read. And I knew it. I turned it every angle. I just couldn't read it.
I would have to look at my link in there. It says I had stuff everywhere.
I think it had your name.
Yeah.
And then did it say something? Yes. Did it say something will always or something? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a son too. My mind, but I thought it's funny because they just talk about something.
I brought you Kool-Aid. I guess I can't give that to you either.
For as long as I was in the our dynasty tour, I lived in 120. There's two things I know. No matter what happens, is when they brought you in, first time.
I remember that. I didn't think I was going to see you either.
I'll never forget. It was just like every time you went away. And all I saw was, and the second thing was, you brought in the coffee. Without knowing that, no one had to see it. You just did it. You wasn't having it. You did it. easy. You're only here, I can as long as
I know. But
But the good thing is, you got a good idea what's going on. I'm all in the dark. If you feel
yeah, that's why I would love to. I would love to. So, because I know that you would understand more. So that's why I'm trying to make this clean. That's why I don't wanna use. No, but even then I was
Maybe collect the transcripts, and upon the collection of the transcripts, we'll take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. If I can have council remain momentarily, please.
All right, so of course, right as we work on the sound, they go into a break. All right, Detective Mitzi Roberts is on the stand. They played 1, 2, 3 jail recordings, I guess. They're in a holding cell. Let's see. I'll pull what I was able to find. Monica, being in a cell with you is like a dream come true. Sementilli, stop calling me that. I'm going to change my name, so stop calling me that. Just introduced audio from the police car. This is all Monica talking. I didn't hear the 911 call yet. It's not necessary. They have our cell phone records, no text because they don't have our phones yet. And I got a question mark after that, not quite sure. Then there was something about directions on how to install it on your phone. So they might be talking about WhatsApp. I didn't quite catch the date that this conversation, the other two I heard, August and then January, but I didn't catch this one. I think they had switched over from Viber to WhatsApp like a day or two after, which would have been in January. So it wasn't while they were in jail, because they didn't have access to their phones when they were in jail. So the eyewitnesses said there were 2 black people. I think I heard that. I heard something about eyewitnesses said, and I thought she said 2 black people. I wasn't quite sure about that. Then Baker said something about they didn't see shit. Monica whispers. Baker says, take care of your side. Monica whispers, I said nothing. Again, I got a question mark. And then Ms. Silverman comes in and asks Mitzi Roberts, we heard the transcript say passing things through a trustee. So I guess they were basically talking about passing their letters and information through third party, if you will. So then the next transcript was from August 31st, 2017. Monica says, not today. I didn't bring anything today. She says, I'm stressing out, something about TV. Baker says, it's a bunch of shit. It's a effing circus. Baker says, I can't even describe, but I'll write you a letter. Monica says, I have 10 envelopes going. Something about no toilets. My bank account is frozen. The house is frozen. Monica, we have a lawyer that works for both of us, but once this is over, it doesn't matter anymore. Monica also says, because it's $60,000 and I don't have the money. She says, probate won't pay for it. You're not going to get half of this. This is all Monica saying. I can't really talk to her about it right now. So I think she might have been talking about Jessica or Bella. Everyone else, thinks the worst. So we knew that her friends definitely thought really poorly of her. So maybe that's her daughter she's talking about. Their whole life has changed. So I'm pretty sure she was talking about her daughters there. And then Ms. Silverman gets on with Mitzi and says, they were talking about PP, which is the pen pals, talked about his estate and probate him, that was, of course, was Fabio. So then this last exhibit, now that we're listening, she says, I'm so frazzled all the time. I was so worried. I want to go home. Then Miss Silverman comes on and says, the Deborah that they were talking about, Baker said the busybody Debbie. I didn't hear that at all, but anyway, I guess they're referring to Deborah Obad. Okay, then this. Okay, so that one, I didn't catch where that one, when that one was from, but this last one we're listening to is from January 4th of 2018. Monica says they put you furthest away from me, and it sounds like they're in just a holding cell, and there's like 7, 8, 9, 10 people, 20 people. It's like being in a gymnasium or a cafeteria. But Aaron did work with some audio, so we'll see if they play any more. We'll see if it helps any. Monica says they put you the furthest away. Baker says, of course. Monica says, but what about the other stuff? Monica says, it's almost funny. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. I won't be over because they, and then it just kind of, dribbles off, if you will. Monica says, that's why I can't do anything stupid. We'll have to do what we have to do, and that's it. So that was all Monica saying that. So Drunky the Bear did send the transcript from yesterday, so we can check that out. Not that it helps us for today, but appreciated that you, let's see. Victoria George, how many more hours do we have? How long's a piece of string? I have no idea. I think Miss Silverman said 30 minutes, and I don't even know. I lost track of the time, so do not know. Real happy? Nah, don't rewind. It's a lot of it is unintelligible, in my opinion. I could barely hear it. So no, don't. Sinbad, WhatsApp can be unscrambled. Viber was the timed deletion app. Signal is the app that also has timed deletion. Okay. Irish Amy, yeah, for having heard that. I actually heard all of that. Believe it or not. Ken Gold Star for interpreting this mess. Yeah, how long is infinity? Yeah, sorry, Victoria. I wish we knew. Trust me. This is like torture. That's 69 hours of recording was stated yesterday. How many are we going to hear? Baca? Oh, please. Well, she said, you're right. I heard 60, but I'll go with 69. Why not? I think it was 6 recordings and 69 now, whatever, 60 some odd hours, a lot. I don't think we're going to hear all of it. And don't forget, here's something bad to think about. They're only playing clips, right? We're not hearing like the whole thing. So don't forget, when they played the police in the back of the police car, we only heard 15 minutes. Then the defense came on and they played like the entire 40 minutes. So God help us if the defense comes back on and says, oh, you know what? Let's just listen to the whole thing because you're only hearing bits and pieces of it. So, Victoria, we were listening to the calls before Christopher was called in. Yeah. Thank you, Butterfly Dana. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's hope that the defense doesn't come back in and say, well, wait a minute, you're only cherry picking. Let's listen to the entire thing. That would be pure torture. Pure torture. All right. So we have the transcript from yesterday. Okay. Thank you, Drunky, for sending that. That's yesterday's transcript. I guess I can look through that at lunch and see if there's anything in there. Oh, Butterfly Dana. Monica mentioned circumstantial evidence stuff was her words that they have. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sinbad. I just jinxed us. That's fine. I get that a lot. Are you Spanish by any chance? Because I get that a lot from my Spanish friends. They call me Christ or Christ. Irish Amy, does anyone know what happened to the sick juror? Do not. Drunky the Bear, the longer they talk, the more in cahoots they look. That's why nobody's stopping them from the prosecution side. People were asking, why isn't the state stopping them? Why aren't they stopping them? Why? You just let them talk. You never know what they're going to say. Now, if their lawyers were hearing this, they'd be like, oh, what are you guys doing? But you want to see the transcript? Where can you find it? Drunky the Bear sent it to me, so I am not sure. If Drunky, if you want to say where you found it, that's fine. Butterfly Danny, you type too fast? You don't know Spanish? Okay. It's just interesting. I have had a lot of Spanish friends, colleagues in my life, and I would get emails a lot, and or just talking. And they would always call me Christ or Christ, I guess. Cristobal. It was Cristobal, right? Cristobal is Spanish, so maybe that's where it comes from. Cristobal. Nanar says, not here, real happy, which drives me crazy. They're in private school. Oh, it's still, okay, so you're doing a private thing. Don't necessarily need to pull that up. So Ken, yes, this is a very deliberate investigative move. Yeah. Drunky the Bear. Drunky the Bear. Shirley Roth, too much blah blah in the background. Yeah, well, there was at least, you heard somebody singing. There were probably 10 people in a cell that's 10 by 10. It's concrete. There's no acoustics. So, hey, Mel, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Hellcat. There you go. Allie B, Drunky the Bear. Drunky the Bear, meet Allie B. Yeah, I mean, they have any number of people in this holding cell, and it's almost impossible to hear. You did hear Monica a little bit better, so maybe she was closer to the mic. And then where was this mic? Did they ever say? Oh, yeah, Father. Yep, that makes sense. They're waiting on their court cases to be called. That makes sense, because we've seen that in these pretrial hearings. You'll have like 20 people file into the courtroom, and then they get called. So, yeah, spot on, Father. Good job. Thank you. They were absolutely probably waiting, yeah. So did anyone catch where the microphone was? Like, who was mic'd up? Was it just hanging from the ceiling? Was it somebody on somebody's, person? I know it wasn't on Monica or Baker. So I'm wondering if who was mic'd up? Was it a Perkins, as we heard yesterday, the Perkins individual? Could have been a Perkins individual. Hello, you gonna get comfortable? All right, get yourself comfortable. There you go. Pretty sure it was underwater, yeah, in one of the toilets. Yep, Ken, they probably mentioned it at some point. In a potato in the toilet. Yeah, up somebody's butt. Yeah. Nayanar used to be fluent in Spanish. Cool. Yeah, I managed this one Spanish. What was it? It was a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade reading textbooks for Spanish-speaking students, and I managed that project. Didn't speak a lick of Spanish, but I managed the project, and it was great. It was great. I enjoyed it. We had editors, writers, proofreaders, and then I made sure it got together. So I had a lot of fun on that. Mel Stiller, you've been busy with the contractors, etc. So how's this trial going? To be quite honest, it's a slog today because and yesterday we've been listening to a lot of jail cell recordings that are quite honestly really difficult to hear and understand. So we're kind of slogging through it right now. Hopefully we get a nugget here or there, but I haven't really heard anything that's made me like, aha, she's guilty. It's been there's been really no aha moments. You guys tell me if you've caught one. I haven't really heard any aha moments. Other than Monica moaning and groaning and constantly in the state of 14-year-old. I don't know. You guys tell me if you've heard any aha moments. Nothing juicy in those calls. I'm not hearing anything spectacular You guys tell me. Has anyone heard anything where you're like, oh, that's it, she's guilty? Shirley Roth, it's all about the money. Yeah. Nanar, one of your daughters taught English and Chinese. 2 Chinese kids during the pandemic. Cool. Oh, she doesn't know any Chinese. It was amazing to watch. Wait a minute. She taught English. Okay. I gotcha. Nanar, I didn't get any moments. Yeah. Therapist, not a thing. Yep. Father, I think they're just doing it to show how she was interacting with the man that deleted her husband. Yeah, I could see that. Irish Amy, I haven't heard anything useful in terms of proving guilt outright. Yeah, I'm not... Nothing spectacular other than to continue to prove, like brick upon brick upon brick upon brick, of how you're right, Fala, where she's interacting with this guy who she knows that they have DNA on him. She knows that they have DNA on him, So, Allie B, you found it on Reddit, so forget it. Cool, Reddit, forget it. Clearly they don't want to share, but I'm good at Googling. No problemo. Mel Stiller, well, I hate to tell you this, but I don't think Monica will ever say anything that will compromise her. Monica loves to talk. Nothing about being worried or missing Fabio. Yeah, Missy, wanting to change her last name. I did pick that one up. Hey, Mona, maybe the parts where Monica informs Baker about her attorney's discoveries. Nanar, except being scared about the circumstantial evidence. Yeah, there's some stuff in there. There's nothing earth-shattering, bombshell, oh my God, but she does a lot of whispering. It's really nothing that we haven't already heard, that Ms. Silverman has told us that this is what we're going to hear, and or we have heard it before. Yeah, stop calling me Sementilli. I'm going to change my name, so stop calling me that. I mean, it's not a good look, that's for sure. Yeah, she loves him. He loves her. So, nothing concrete, but just a lot of makes you just what's yeah. Oh, the whole Deborah thing. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Butterfly Dana. Oh, Monica did say she hates those women. I don't know what women she was talking about. And yeah, Deborah. Yeah, what did Baker call her? Busybody Debbie. Busybody Debbie. Yep. Therapist, do we know that she's been made aware that Baker did this at this time? I'm guessing she did, because this was in... Well, they knew... No, they told her that they had DNA on him. Remember? And she said, oh, that's because he cut himself in the gym, so I brought home a bloody towel. So she knew that they knew that his DNA was found at the place, at the house. So I don't know if they specifically said, Baker did it, but they found his DNA, aka his blood. And then that's where Monica came up with that. Oh, well, he hit himself on the head and he was bleeding and I had a bloody towel and I brought it home. Maybe, So I think she did know. I think she did know.
You're back on the record. Defendant is present, all counsel present, and jury are also present. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to interrupt the testimony of Detective Roberts because of scheduling issues and allow the defense to call a witness out of order.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Detective Filmore.
If you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
It's James Filmore. James is common spelling. Filmore, Fillmore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Filmore, what was your occupation on January the 26th, 2017?
I was a detective.
For?
I was working with the
What agency? I'm sorry.
LAPD.
Thank you. Go on.
In a Valley Bureau homicide unit.
All right. And at that time, how long had you been a police officer?
It's 2017. That would have been like 16 years, 16, 17 years, something like that.
And how long did you remain a police officer?
20.
Till 2020?
No, 22. 2023.
You retired at that time?
I was terminated.
Going back to the date of January 26, 2017, what was your assignment on that day?
I was in the Valley Bureau homicide unit.
Right. And were you familiar with the investigation into the death of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Who was in charge of the investigation for robbery homicide at that time, if you remember?
When I was involved in the case, robbery homicide wasn't involved. I was with the initial team. The lead investigator at that time was Gene Parshall, who's no longer with us. Rest in peace.
Yes. And that was out of the San Fernando Valley, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what role, if any, did you play in that investigation?
I was involved with I was in the squad that was called to the scene. It was our call, and so I was at the scene.
So you were at the scene of the murder?
Yes, sir.
On the day it occurred, or some other time?
I don't remember when it actually occurred. It was determined to be occurred, but I was the first group of detectives at the scene.
And did you remain assigned to that case for some period of time?
Yes, until it was passed to robbery homicide.
Okay, and how long was that?
I couldn't give you an exact time. It wasn't long.
Okay. You're aware that the decedent, Mr. Sementilli, had an autopsy, of course, correct?
Yes.
Did you play any role in that autopsy?
I went to the autopsy.
Okay. And if the date I have of the autopsy appears to be January 26, 2017, does that sound right?
I can't remember the exact date.
Okay.
But,
for what reason did you attend the autopsy?
I was assigned to go there with my partner at that time. It was Detective, now retired, Robert Plerty. And we were there to help out the lead investigator, to give him some idea of the cause of death, things of that nature. During the preliminary phase of the investigation, to help out the lead investigator on the case.
Right. Is that because this was a criminal investigation as opposed to just a natural death?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that was Detective Parshall?
It was Plerty.
No, I mean Parshall was your supervisor at that time?
Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
What's your question? I'm sorry, sir.
I thought you said you were working under Detective Parshall at that time?
Detective Parshall was the lead investigator. I went to the autopsy with Detective Plerty.
Sure. And were you assigned to go there by Detective Parshall or someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever attended an autopsy before for that same reason or purpose?
Yes, I had.
And about how many autopsies had you attended before that day?
Maybe 24.
Did you have any background or training in medicine or autopsies, coroner office, anything of that nature that prepared you to attend those autopsies and this one?
I'd never received any medical training. I'd been around a lot of murder cases and things of that nature to be able to identify, injuries or wounds, things of that nature.
I assume you went through the normal training of the police academy before you became a peace officer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I don't know if I asked you this, how many years were you a peace officer as of January 2017?
That would have been 16 or 17 years.
Okay. So you go to the autopsy, and your role there is what again?
To get any preliminary information from the coroner investigator or the doctor about things such as cause of death, how many wounds, maybe what kind of wounds, anything to help out the lead investigator during the preliminary phase of the investigation.
To help solve the question of who committed the crime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you complete that, you attended the entire autopsy, is that right?
Not the entire, just the initial phase of it.
Well, you remember the doctor's name?
I don't remember, no.
Does Dr. Ukpo, UKPO, ring a bell?
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
I take it you attended autopsies conducted by different coroners, is that correct? Or working for the coroner's office at that time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's quite a few.
Okay. So do you remember at all the Sementilli case?
I remember the case, yes. I don't remember specifically that autopsy, but I remember the basics of the case, yes.
Okay. So you and Detective Plurdy were present during the autopsy, obtaining information that would be helpful to the investigation, correct?
Trying to do that, yes.
And how do you do that?
We'll ask the doctor doing the autopsy what he sees, things of that nature. Sometimes it helps, to know what kind of, in his opinion, what weapon was used, things of that nature. So just looking for any kind of any information to relay back to the lead investigator on the case.
And I assume in this case, as in others, the medical examiner performing the autopsy was cooperative with you?
Yes.
And how do you record what he tells you that you believe is of any significance?
The way I would do it is I would write handwritten notes, and then I'd take it back to those handwritten notes back to a station and type them out so they're more readable, and then give them to the lead investigator.
Is this been marked? If not, could I have marked as next in order an autopsy exam document?
One moment. The question you have is, has it been marked? And that's what I'm concerned about. All right.
All right, so I went back and I read the closed captioning, and the judge said because of the scheduling conflict with Mitzi Roberts, that's why they're going to allow this in. So yes, chat, possibly would Mitzi be the last witness for the state then? That could be. And Victoria George is dropping a lot of really good stuff about Detective. He got terminated in 2003. Detective James Filmore. Why he got terminated, and Victoria maybe the state will bring that up in cross to kind of hit his credibility. So we'll see. Therapist, what exactly is he testifying to? Yeah, he was at the autopsy, even though he's just finished saying he doesn't remember the specifics of it, but he was there. So they can say he was terminated, but if the reason doesn't affect the case, all the details aren't needed. Yeah. Because it would be just to attack his credibility. Why were you terminated? Well, I was found with 5 empty bottles of booze in my... So, yeah, that could be. Yeah, widespread. Please let Mitzi be the final state witness. The problem is that Mitzi may be gone for the afternoon, so the defense may have another witness, or they cancel court for the rest of the day. That's true. Hey, Mona, he lost his whole pension. Ouch. He seems a little down, right? He seems like kind kind of an Eeyore, like, okay.
Proceed, please.
I'm going to show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 621.
I'm going to object no foundation at this point.
You can show it to the witness. It's overruled.
Mr. Filmore, would you take a look at this item that's been marked as Exhibit 621? Read it over to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Is that your name and the name of Detective Plourde, Plourde, at the top?
That is my name. I don't...
Well, let me look.
Yeah, that's my name, yeah.
And did you place your name there?
I don't know. I don't believe I wrote that document. It's not how I wrote it, and I always sign my documents, so I think that was Detective Plourde that did that.
Okay. And would you participate with him in preparing that document?
Yes, sir.
And would this document record, to the best of your ability, the information that you were provided by the medical examiner?
Yes.
And is it prepared in the normal course of your duties as a police officer?
Yes.
And was it accurate at the time, as far as you know, to the best of your knowledge, at the time it was prepared?
Yes.
Can you tell us, looking at the report, what the doctor indicated to you was the number of stab wounds?
Can I read it?
If it refreshes your memory.
I mean... 7 total stab wounds.
Again,
Or
I'm going to object to the witness reading from the document.
Sustained.
Move to strike. Thank you.
But this does record what you and your partner prepared at the time that the autopsy occurred or shortly thereafter. Is that correct? That's
correct. And I'll just add, sometimes, this is preliminary, so sometimes we would leave before the autopsy is completed, and sometimes they'd find more after we left, but that documents, while we were there, the best that we saw or got from the doctor.
And obtained from the doctor?
Correct.
Did you have any more contact with the doctor after you prepared the report?
I did not.
What did you do with the report after it was prepared?
Again, I don't believe I authored that document there, but I can tell you what I would, if it was my document, would do.
Well, do you know what Detective...
He didn't say anything yet.
Do you know what Detective Plourde did with the report?
I don't personally know. As an investigator, if I was the lead, it'd go in the murder book.
Well, your role and his role was to provide this information to investigator or Detective Parshall. Correct. Is that correct?
It would have gone to Detective Parshall, and what he did with it, I don't know, but...
And gone to him in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And what you do with all the autopsy reports that you participate in?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have nothing further. I would ask that the document be admitted into evidence.
That'll be denied.
Just briefly, did you review any reports, Detective, prior to coming to court today?
No.
Did you have any conversations with defense counsel before coming to court today or testifying?
Briefly.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please?
He just told me what I was here for, basically.
Being what? To talk about?
This autopsy that I attended.
Okay. Do you have any independent recollection of attending the autopsy?
Very vague.
And you said you might have handled or been present for approximately 24 autopsies?
Yes,
And you said you don't have any medical training.
I do not.
And you didn't, when you were asked about attending the police academy, there's no medical training portion at the police academy, is there?
I think there's a CPR class.
Okay. But nothing in terms of recognizing wounds or patterns or tool marks caused by weapons or things of that nature? That would be within the province of the experts at the crime lab or the coroner's department, correct?
I mean, we get a little bit of that training in the field, but not very much in the academy.
Not on the level of the chief medical examiner of LA County?
No.
Okay. And you said you think you attended a portion of the autopsy. What portion? If you have any recollection.
Well, it would have been, it's the initial phase, so the initial phase that they're looking at wounds and things like that. I would never stay for the entire thing where the entire body is looked at.
Okay. So maybe prior to the autopsy when photographs are taken, or...
Just prior to the point where the doctor is getting into the body to look at wounds and things of that nature.
Okay, so you wouldn't have been present when he autopsied any of the wounds to look underneath the skin to see any of the wound paths or markings, tool marks, patterns. You wouldn't have been there for any of that?
Maybe for a little bit, but not for the entire thing, no.
Okay. And would you agree that whatever the chief medical examiner testified to and included in his autopsy report would be more accurate than anything that you might have interpreted, thought, wrote down in notes, then transferred from notes into some typewritten report?
Objection, speculation. Conclusion, no foundation.
It's overruled.
True?
100%. The doctor's report is way more reliable than my notes or Plerdy's notes.
Okay, because you're detectives. Your job is to investigate a crime, in this case a homicide, and his job is to deal with cause of death and all of that, all of the features relevant to that determination.
Yes, correct. We're just trying to give him some preliminary leads, something that he can go on.
In other words, for you to be able to come back and say to Detective Parshall, cause of death is multiple stab wounds.
That's correct, as opposed to a gunshot wound or something like that.
Got you. Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Any redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. You don't perform the autopsy, do you?
No.
I'm going to object. It's argumentative.
It's overruled.
The information you got for your report, or the one prepared by Detective Plerdy, all came from information provided by the doctor, correct?
Yes, I mean, we're there, we can see with our own eyes, but yes, it's majority from the doctor.
And what you wrote in here, like I asked you about 7 stab wounds, that came from the doctor, is that correct?
States the evidence.
Sustained. This witness did not write anything in there.
This document was prepared by Detective Plerdy in the normal course of business, correct?
I believe it was Plerdy, like I said, because I would always sign my documents afterwards that I'd give to the lead investigator. That one's not signed. I believe that was done by Plerdy. But I was there with him.
Did you review it?
I just reviewed it right here, yes.
No, did you review it before it was turned over to Detective Parshall?
Yes, sir.
And was it accurate as far as to the best of your ability at that time?
Yes, sir.
If it was not, you would have changed it or in any way gone back and got additional information from the coroner, is that correct?
Or tell Detective Plerdy that didn't look right, he needed to change it.
So if this was turned over to Detective Parshall, then it was accurate to the best of your ability, correct?
Yes.
And again, prepared in the normal course of business.
Yes, sir.
Was one of the things that Detective Parshall interested in is where the stab wounds occurred?
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did this report record where the stab wounds occurred?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did this report record what the coroner told you in the presence of Detective Flirty where the stab wounds occurred?
I'm going to object. Again, irrelevant.
I'll allow this.
Again, we'd get some information from the doctor, and we could also see with our own eyes.
I want you to take a look at this sentence here, which is the fourth from the bottom, beginning with doctor. Do you see that?
I see that line, yes.
Is that what the doctor told you?
I can't remember what the doctor told us, but if it's documented on there, then yes, that would have been from the doctor.
Does it indicate this is what the doctor stated?
Object
Rule.
to reading from the report.
He hasn't done that yet.
Does this indicate what the doctor stated?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And what the doctor stated was recorded by you and or Detective Flirty, again, during the normal course of business as your job on the date of this autopsy, correct?
Again, I'm going to object. This states the evidence. He said he didn't write this report.
So I will allow that.
That's what you were there for?
Yes.
To record what the doctor told you to assist in the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you the wounds were consistent with one-sided edged weapon without a serrated edge?
Sustained.
We've had this conversation.
Excuse me. Sustained.
Did he tell you what the wounds were consistent with in terms of the type of weapon used?
I'm just going to read through the...
Just to yourself now, don't answer what it says. Is that what was recorded here as your job and that of Detective Flirty?
No, it's two different questions, counsel.
Is that what is recorded here?
What the doctor said?
Yes.
Yes.
And one of the things that you and Detective Flirty were interested in this case was the type of weapon that was used that you could report back to Detective Parshall, correct?
Yes.
And did you accurately, or Detective Flirty, record what the doctor told you about that weapon?
To the best of our knowledge, yes.
And did he tell you that it was a one-sided edged weapon without a serrated edge?
Sustained.
Did you accurately record what he told you about the type of weapon? Does this report accurately, to your knowledge, record that information?
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Were you involved at all in the Sementilli investigation following the preparation of this report and following, well, I'll start with following the autopsy?
I was involved in the investigation up until it was passed on to Robbery Homicide Division.
And you were involved when this report was provided to Detective Parshall, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things Detective Parshall was interested in is whether or not what type of weapon was used to kill the victim in this case, correct?
Sustained, and there's... Let me see a sidebar.
Yeah, so he's trying to get in one-sided serrated edge knife. That's what he's trying to get in. Jury heard it. Whether or not they can connect the dots, I'm not sure. But one-sided serrated edge. He's trying to get because the ME testified there were seven stab wounds and 2 on his bicep. So there were 9 wounds altogether, but 7 were stabbed or incised. So he's trying to get in, Levine's trying to get in the type of weapon that was used. But Baker's already admitted to it. I don't understand. Baker's already admitted to this. There's nothing. I guess if he comes up with a certain kind of weapon, then that makes Austin that much more of a liar, maybe? I guess. Maybe that's where he's trying a couple different things all at once, it seems like, Ken. It's a little disorganized. So what if Baker held him down and Austin did all of this? Does that make, then I guess they could say, well, Austin's that much more of a liar. I guess they're trying to discredit Austin, ultimately. Baker pled no contest. Yep. Irish Amy, maybe that's different to admitting guilt. Yeah, I think so. Ken, you can weigh in on that. Hey, Mona, they are desperate. Yes. Confusion is usually the best. The defense is best. I was going to say weapon. Best friend, Nanar. Yes. Sinbad, maybe Baker will change his story. Levine is definitely trying to blame it all on Austin. Yeah, any chance that they can make Austin look that much more, discredit him, the better. Butterfly Dana, it is a way to say Austin did all the stabbing, that Baker and Monica had nothing to do with it. They were just having an affair. Yeah. Show Austin lied on the stand. Yeah, I think they're just trying to discredit him. Meaning discredit Austin. Because the more they can chip into his credibility, obviously, if you can't believe him on this, how can you believe him on that? If you can't, okay, go back.
I'm sorry?
Just a few more questions, okay? Did Detective Parshall ever talk to you about this report?
No, not that I remember, no.
And you said the new investigator who took over after Detective Parshall's untimely death was who?
The case was passed to Robbery Homicide Division. I don't remember who the lead was with...
Would Gable or Tellis, those names ring a bell?
Yes, they do.
You remained working on the case under them as the replacements for Detective Parshall?
No, once it was given to RHD, they took it. That was their case at that point.
Did you
would help them with anything that they needed,
Did you have any other role in participating in the investigation, particularly involving the type of weapon that may or may not have been used to kill the victim?
The only thing additional that I think I did is wrote a search warrant.
Okay. And do you recall if the information that you obtained, or Detective Plurdy and your company obtained from the doctor at the autopsy, was included in the search warrant?
Say that again, sir.
Do you recall whether the information contained in this report that I showed you was contained in the affidavit for the search warrant?
That autopsy report had nothing to do with the search warrant.
I specifically just meant the item that you identified as being written by Detective Plurdy after the autopsy. Was that included, that information, in the affidavit or the search warrant?
I guess I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
The information you have on this report, you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Subsequent to that, you said you participated in the writing of a search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was one of the things that the search warrant was seeking the weapon that was possibly used in the commission of the crime?
Yes.
And was the information contained in this document contained in the search warrant to the best of your recollection?
Well, the search warrant was written before this happened.
Okay. You recall what the search warrant was written for? That is, the search of what or whom?
Your Honor, I object. It's irrelevant.
Sustain.
Right. I have nothing further.
Anything further by the people?
What counsel showed you, that's not a LAPD report, correct?
No, correct.
An LAPD report is written on LAPD letterhead. It has a DR number, and there are various details that are required to be included in an LAPD report, correct?
Correct. These are notes. These are notes that are typed from handwritten notes.
Thank you. I don't know.
Anything further?
Yes. What do you call this document then?
Autopsy notes. That's what I call my note of mine.
And you follow the same procedure you did in all the other offices, correct?
I'm going to check. Dave?
It's assumes the fact not evidence. Again, this detective stated that he did not offer this, so he didn't follow any procedure.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
No, but thank you.
Thank you, Detective Filmore. Thank you. You're going to have Detective Roberts retake the stand. Again, it's going to be
I have a Celebrate extraction report for Robert Baker's Samsung S8, item number 121. It's one page. May it be marked, please, as People's 271.
yes.
Detective, showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 271. Top of this document reads Celebrate. Creation time 11/28 of 2016 at 2:16 in the morning, which would be California time. And this is for a Google Android. Do you know what this document reflects?
Yes.
No foundation.
Overruled.
And what is that?
That is an extraction from Robert Baker's cell phone, his Samsung cell phone, and he is creating a lifestyle lounge account.
Did you also review information or what's referred to as an imaged file from the defendant's computer, that being an HP desktop that was in the second floor of the Sementilli residence that was booked as item number 88?
I did.
And was there information on that computer that pertained to things such as Bike Week in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did it also...
I'm going to object to a motion to strike. There's no foundation, there's no report, and there's nothing to indicate this has the ability to make those conclusions.
Are you done with your speaking objection? Have we talked about this before?
We have, and I'm trying to figure out the exact words we use for the exact.
Overruled.
Again, in reviewing the image file, you caused that computer as well as various electronic devices to be reprocessed throughout the time that you handled the case, correct?
That's correct.
What is the point of reprocessing various devices once they've been processed the first time?
It's to use the newest technology in order to extract additional information that may not have been captured on the first try at processing the item, and a lot of times we'll get items that were previously deleted or didn't show up in the first capture.
So, in other words, as you use newer software programs or updated programs, you're able to perhaps find more data in what's referred to as the unallocated space on the basis, correct?
Correct.
Areas where items have been deleted but maybe not yet written over.
Correct.
And in each of these cases were reports written for the prosecution and the defense with respect to the actual processing of all of these devices.
Yes, they were.
And with respect to, again, HP desktop item number 88, was there also various searches for queries through the computer for life insurance paid when a person who has a life insurance policy is murdered, in cases of murder?
Your Honor, no objection. This would be based on hearsay.
It's overruled.
No foundation.
Again, it's overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And was some of those searches, were those occurring on May 21st of 2017 after Mr. Sementilli's murder?
That's correct.
Were there also various searches on February 12th of 2017 for secured online solutions for transferring large volumes of encrypted or sensitive data?
There was.
And was there also, even as late as June 4th of 2017, searches for Lifestyle Lounge and the chat feature, member chat ID information?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Very cross.
Detective, well, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you.
I feel like before I'm done, I will have questioned every robbery homicide detective in the LAPD.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to counsel testifying.
That was not meant in bad faith. That's all right.
Did you perform the examination of the item that you just referenced, which was what, a laptop computer, did you say?
It was a desktop computer.
Desktop.
I did not extract the information, but I did look at the results from that extraction.
And who did the extraction?
I believe the first time around it was Detective George Diaz, and the second time around, I want to say his first name was David. It was a detective. I can't recall his last name at this point.
Are they still active detectives or officers in the Los Angeles Police Department?
I believe they both have retired.
Okay. And were you present when they conducted their examinations?
Not the extraction. It's a process, from my understanding, that takes a considerable amount of time, but I did drop off all the information to them. They pick up the item from our property division, and then when the download is ready, I pick up the hard drive.
Okay, and so basically they gave you the results.
Yes, they did.
And this was with new technology, you said?
Yes.
And obviously, I wouldn't say obviously, but your background and training is not in this field of examination. You would not have been able to do this examination yourself.
I would not be able to do the extraction.
But you could read they gave you the results, and then that's what you're relating here today. That's correct?
Correct. The results and their accompanied report.
Okay. And is the computer still available to be examined as it was back then? Do you know?
I believe so. There's no reason that it shouldn't be.
Could we approach me? Sure.
I just realized they haven't taken their lunch yet. And it's 9:15 over there. Usually a judge is like, cut you off in mid sentence, right? Doesn't the judge do that? Right? Does the judge cut you off in mid meow? Yeah, it's 12. Yep. You're right, Missy. Yeah, they're it's 12:13, 12:15, right? What would you do if the judge cut you off? I think they'll break. Yeah, you heard a meow. Yes. I was trying to get. Oh, there you are. You get a meow. Hi. Get a meow. Meow meow. Super Bowl will entertain while at the sidebar. That's right. They are on a 30-minute delay. You're right. So it's only 11:45 there because we're on a 30-minute delay. I forgot about that. So even though it's 12:15, it's really 11:45, right? That cat really loves her daddy. Yes, she does. Has Super Bowl taken the bar yet? Widespread Panic wants to know, have you taken the bar yet? Do you have anything to say for yourself? Aw, Mel, I love that cat so much. She's a great cat. She's a good little kitty. That was pretty good. It picked me up when we saw Detective Filmore come in. I was like, what? She's reading the law. Yes. Did you take the bar yet? Meow meow. Nope. Bites my nose. Again, that's the old school way of becoming a lawyer, basically an apprenticeship. The Super Bowl is on the bar. And the Super Bowl is the bar. We have judges knocking on our door asking her about case law. Super Bowl, tell us about case law. This is a long sidebar. Usually they're pretty quick. Well, I can do a little bit of recapping. Okay, so we heard from Detective James Filmore. He was terminated in 2023, as we found out from Victoria George. Apparently he was DUI, 5 empty bottles in his car, tried to bribe the arresting officer. Ouch. He did look a little deflated, poor guy. So he was called to the scene. He was one of the first group of detectives called to the scene. He did go to the autopsy, and I searched his name, and we found that out earlier. His name had been mentioned before. He was with Detective Plurity, who was his partner. He has no medical training, but he's been around a lot of murder cases. As soon as he said, I don't remember the specifics of the autopsy, I'm like, oh man, what are you, Levine, what are you doing calling him in? You're calling him in to talk about an autopsy that he doesn't remember the specifics of? What are you doing? Okay, looks like they're back.
When you're ready. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Detective Roberts, you were present the last several days while these overhears were being played to the jury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your role in obtaining those overhears was what?
Well, I didn't really have a role in obtaining them because they were obtained prior to me being assigned to the case.
Do you know how they were obtained?
I spoke to Detective Gable and Tellis on occasion, and they basically, when the defendants were scheduled to appear in various court hearings, they were placed in cells near or next to each other, and the cells were recorded.
Okay, and that took place in the lockups at the various courthouses, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Were they placed there intentionally so that the recordings could be made of their conversations?
Yes.
So, as I think you said, only in certain cases do you go to, or do the detectives go through that procedure in order to obtain, they believe, communications between the two parties. Is that correct?
I don't know that I testified to that, but
I thought you said only in certain cases is this conduct or form of investigation conducted, and where you listen to the interchanges, if any, between inmates in the county jail.
That was the children's testimony, counsel.
I believe that was Detective Farrell.
Oh, fine. Okay, well, he's right here. If I could ask him. All right. So you don't listen to the results of those recordings, I take it, in mass, in determining which ones to select or play or so forth, do you?
I listened to every recording of the overhears multiple times.
So everyone is much more than the ones we've heard in this case, correct?
Well, those recordings were tailored for this. They were cut down for this hearing. There's a lot of stuff that we did not hear in those recordings.
Tailored down by who?
I believe the prosecution.
Okay. So the raw material, which is every recording that is captured, is turned over to the prosecution, and they then determine which ones they will ask to be introduced into evidence or played to the jury, correct?
That's not quite true. Let me give the jury their lunch break.
Again.
One moment, I'm talking.
All right.
We're going to adjourn for lunch as far as you're concerned. Until 1:30, the admission applies. I'll discuss this case among yourself. If anyone else will form express an opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
Oh, Lord, please don't play the unredacted. Please don't play the unedited. Please, Levine, please. You can see where he's going with this. You can see where he's going with this. I hope I'm wrong. Pray to God I'm wrong. That he's not going to play. All right, let's get back up to Detective James Filmore. Let's see. He doesn't remember the specifics of the autopsy. He reads report from his partner. So the number of stab wounds were 7. And there was an objection that was sustained. So that didn't actually get into evidence, but the jury heard 7. But I went back and I looked, and the ME said there were 7 stab wounds and 2 slices. So that didn't really show anything spectacular. He did not talk to the ME afterwards. Where did the report go? He says, if it was my report, I'd put it into the murder book. So he's assuming Detective Parshell should have gotten it. And then Levine tried to get it in, the evidence, and the judge is like, nope, that report as evidence is denied. Cross, did you review any reports? He says no. Did any conversation with defense? He said briefly, told me what I was here for, which was to talk about the autopsy. He says he has very vague recollections of the autopsy. Again, why was this guy brought in? What portion of the autopsy did you attend? The initial phase, he said he would never stay for the entire body. And he said 100% the ME's report is way more reliable. And then Levine's redirect, you didn't perform the autopsy, do you? You don't perform the autopsy. He says, nope. We can see that the majority of the info came from the ME. Were the wounds consistent with the weapons used? So he's trying to get that one-sided serrated edge. There was an objection that was sustained. So they're trying to get in because Austin says he thinks he used the hunting knife, right? And Baker bought the switchblade type knife. So they're trying to make it look as if it was Austin that did all of this and Baker was just holding him down or whatever Baker was doing. Did Detective Parchell ever talk to you about this report? He said no. So then the recross from Miss Silverman, the report defense showed, this is not an official LAPD document. He said no. So he's like, she asked him, where did this come from? He's like, it's typed from handwritten notes. So it's not even remotely close to being official. Again, Mr. Levine, I'm not quite sure what you're doing with that, but Filmore was called out of order because I guess there was a scheduling conflict. So in any event, Detective Roberts comes back, Mitzi Roberts. So then they talk about desktop searches, which were life insurance paid in cases of murder. There's May 21st, 2017 searches for transferring large volumes of encrypted data. And then Cross came in. She did not extract the info, which we kind of figured that. And then those jail calls are called overhears. So they're called overhears. Interesting. So they're basically, so we were trying to figure out what are they in the same cell? Are they next to each other down the hallway, whatever? So when they have their different court cases, they're brought in, a group of prisoners or not prisoners, defendants are brought in, and they were placed in cells next to each other. So they were recorded before their various court cases. Is this done intentionally? Of course it is. Like, duh. Listed to every recording multiple times. I'm sorry, she listened to. She listened to. So you think it's bad for us? She had to listen to every single one, and she said she listened to them multiple times. So you think you're having it bad, chat? Just think about Mitzi Roberts having to listen to this multiple times. The recordings were cut down for these proceedings, and the prosecution did the editing. And then God help us if because I'm only going back to the back of the cop car where we only heard 15 minutes from the defense. That was edited, and then we came back and Levine played all 40 minutes. So please, Levine, please do not play the unedited versions. Please do not. All right, so they're off until 1:30, which is 4:30 our time, East Coast time, but of course half-hour delay, so you know the drill. We'll be back, 5 o'clock is when they'll be back. Let's see, murder matriarch. 100 hours of tapes. Well, she said there were 60 hours, so we haven't heard 60 hours, but Irish Amy, how many court days is 69 hours? Widespread panic. Poor Mitzi. She needs to get a free foot massage for this case. Oh, Karen Michael, how are you? Didn't see you come in. Thank you for coming in. Britt, Mitzi was like, I'm retiring. Right? I can't. Karen, there you go. Skipped a ton. I could not understand a thing. Yep. Trust me, I didn't hear a lot either. Hey, Mona, I feel badly for Filmore. He had not gone for the bribe, or had he not gone for the bribe, he could have gone on medical leave for substance abuse and received treatment, kept his job. Well, if he's been drinking, he's not thinking right. You know, I get it. Yeah, Baca, Austin had zero skin in harmonica game. Were it not for Austin. I think were it not for Baker. Yeah, Austin didn't come up with this idea. Shirley Roth, that's a heat wave. I'm assuming that's Fahrenheit. If that's Fahrenheit, that's definitely a heat wave. Celsius, you're going to be like melting. All right, so some of you have said recently that you're having trouble finding us, our channel, Trial TV Live, on YouTube. So all you have to do is just do @ Trial TV Live, no spaces, or just type in Trial TV Live, no spaces, or search for our website, trialtvlive.com. So you guys can find us via the website. You can find us on social media and just click on the link. That'll take you to our YouTube channel. Put in Trial TV Live, no spaces, or use the @ symbol, Trial TV Live. So definitely go to the website. That's probably the easiest, simplest, trialtvlive.com. That redirects you back over to the YouTube channel. So, hey Mona, will we hear from any other Baker friends? That's a good question. That is a good question. Hey, Jenny, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. And you are still alive. That's even better news. I'm glad to hear that. Ken Rosenberg, thanks for the head up, or appreciate the heads up. No problem. Yep, Aaron put together a prompt, so you guys should see that. Shirley Roth, go into your history. It will take you to where you were. That's also true. Your subscriptions, you can go into your subscriptions. You can go into history. You can go into our social media accounts. You can Google us. You can put us in YouTube. There's many ways to find our channel. So it doesn't take a lot of searching. I know some of you have had some problems and issues, but probably the easiest really is just to go to trialtvlive.com. That's probably the best, easiest thing. So Jenny, what have you been up to? You are alive. Always good to have proof of life. Real happy. It's 74. Perfect day otherwise. Yeah, it's clear blue for us and 75, so I'm not going to complain. We had a pretty rainy weekend. Not a fun weekend. Well, hey back there, Jenny. How are you? Oh, Aaron's thinking we were shadow banned from YouTube. Awesome. Really? YouTube would do that to us? They put us back into the partner program and then they shadow ban us? Sure. Yeah, just go to trialtvlive.com. That's probably the easiest, fastest. 76 for Hellcat. Not too bad. 82 in Texas. Already too hot. Yeah, that's definitely shorts weather. All right, Shirley, go to lunch. Feed those kitties. Be back soon. That sounds like a good plan, Shirley. Appreciate that. All right, so it's 3:30 East Coast, 4:35. So it's going to be an hour and a half for us, but I'll be back. I'll be back in like an hour, 4:30 or so. What does that even mean? Shadow ban. Let's look it up. Shadow ban. Shadow ban is a hidden restriction that reduces or removes the visibility of a user's content or profile to others without them being notified. So it's essentially you can't find us and you weren't notified that you can't find us. So it's a practice of blocking or partially blocking a user or the user's content from some areas of an online community. So Shadow content might be less likely to appear in search results, feeds, or general browsing, effectively limiting its reach. So, users are not typically notified that their content has been shadow banned. Yeah, Hellcat, I hear you. That is beyond rude. Well, that was it then. Shame YouTube, I think. Yes, and Hellcat. Yes, so rude. Hey, Mads, how are you? Good to see you. Yep. So I would just say, just go trialtvlive.com. That will bounce you back over, or you could go to our on Facebook, X, Blue Sky. We're also there. You could click on the link, or go to your subscriptions. You guys are all subs. Go to your subscriptions. We're there. Go to your history. You know, all that kind of stuff. Real Happy asks, what causes them to shadow ban someone? Well, they're saying triggers. Shadow bans can occur due to violating platform guidelines, engaging in spammy behavior, or being flagged by the platform's algorithms. Go figure. Go figure. It can last a few days to several weeks. Has to do maybe with our IP address. Go and restart your home network. Your shadow ban is gone. This is because it only bans your IP address. I don't know. Restarting your network will automatically create a new one. I don't think so. They all do it. We didn't do anything wrong. So Facebook says your content is out there, but it's not reaching as many people as it should. Worse, you might not even realize it's happening. A shadow ban is when Facebook quietly limits the visibility of your post or your entire account. You won't get a notification or a warning. It just happens. So let me see. Shadow ban on YouTube. The most obvious sign of a YouTube shadow ban is a sharp and unexplained decline in view counts, likes, and comments on your videos without changes to your content strategy. Your subscribers may not be receiving notifications, and the newest comments on recent uploads might slow to a trickle. So as Emily D. Baker says, you know what she says, it's the effery. So to be quite honest, we haven't noticed a trickle. Like we've had 80, 90 people watching every day, which is really good for us. So, you know. Mad says, I've been shadow banned for no reason. Sometimes you type something YouTube considers wrong and you go to YouTube jail for a while. Yep. Shirley Roth, they limit everyone any way they can. Hey, Mona, that's just mean. Yeah, justice obsessed. Facebook will do it with political posts. I get it. You know, I understand that. Queen Olive, I think once you get bigger, it won't be as hard to find you. Maybe, I don't know for sure. Well, if Emily D. Baker is having problems, yes, the duckery, the effery, yep. So if Emily's saying that we're mere whippersnappers in her shadow. So, all right, guys, I'm going to go take a little break, get outside because it's really nice out. I woke up with some sniffles, some aches and pains, so I'm going to just go and enjoy some sunshine for a little bit. I would love to leave you with Super Bowl. I got to somehow we got to get a little cat cam, so we'll do that. We'll do that soon. But in the meantime, I will let's see. We'll just play some music for you guys, and I'll see you in about an hour. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Court is delayed, as we know, but I have day 26 transcripts of the jail calls. So this is from Drunky the Bear. So thank you, Drunky, for sending this along. Let's check out what... All right, let's see. I know I got the last thing I got was July 27th. You dated it. How many pages was it? Let's see. All right, I'm trying to figure out when it starts. I got the one dated, put it this way, you've written the last time. I wrote you the 20-something, okay, did you get the tattoo design? No, you didn't. You did not, yet I spent that, yeah. Okay, I should be getting that. Then I sent you, I have a lot of stuff to get here, too. I'm going to try. This is really funny. I'm going to try to shoot it to you. Okay, hang on. You look good. You look good. I miss you, baby. I miss you too. Are you okay? I'm okay. Okay, I am going to send you something. I want you to read it. 2 pages are really important. Okay, I have stuff for you too, but I have to flush it. But Bo, we think of like, all right. I remember that when he said we think a lot. We think a lot alike or something like that. I'm going to try to send it to you in a minute. Hang on, okay? I even BR your coffee and Snickers. Thank you, babe. I don't need it, but I thank you. I wonder if this can reach there. Hang on. All right, so it sounds like they're doing a like a kite, right? That's what they were talking about, a kite. All right, let's see. Yeah, and again, if you're a juror listening to or reading along with this is even more confusing. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Oh my God. At least you're going to get all my letters, the ones that are wrapped. This is big. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. Read them in order. I remember him saying this. Read them in order. Read them in order. All right. I will do. Read the ones that say for your eyes only first. Their X's have X's on them. Okay, then do what you just said I should do. Okay, hey, that's some scary. That you okay? Just the main 2. The other other one you can read later. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you finished reading. Okay, all right. What you say? Hold on, babe. Hold on. Oh my God, this is hilarious. If I was a juror, I'd be like, what are they saying? Hold on. Okay, now, hey, I'm here. That's D, is it? Telling you this is weird. Did you read mine? Yes, it said the same. Hi, I'm there. It's no deal to be made because we didn't do. So yeah, there's nothing. Did you read all of it? Yeah, I did. It was just 2 pages, right? No, let's see. Oh my God, if this was if I was forced to read this or sit through this. I only read 4 pages in that part, okay. No, there's a little more. Let me go back and read it, okay, so I can flush it. Yeah, okay, all right, hang on. I can't believe you didn't get my tattoo design. So he sent her a tattoo. We thought it was a ring, right? Maybe it is a ring. I didn't get it. No, I didn't. Oh my God, it's only temporary for how you do this fit. It's day, but make a little something, make it fit. Hang on, let me finish doing what I'm doing real quick. Okay. Let me finish reading. Oh my God, I love it. Hey, listen. Okay, yeah. Done. That was in the letter. I'm still reading it. No, it was the letter. I said 2 weeks ago, I didn't get it. The R's don't, no, probably I don't give. I think she said something about a ring tattoo. Well, I can't believe you didn't get my tattoo design. I thought it was a tattoo, but then people in the chat were saying something about a ring, that he made her a ring. Let me see if I can. So yeah, don't forget your ring. All right, I remember that when she said something about they took the ring during her processing. I had that in my notes. Lawyer says they are reading them and keeping them. Yep. So it took a month for you to get my first letter. So the ones I sent on the 20th, you won't probably get for a while. I remember that. I'm going to send a letter. I don't just read my letter now. Just read it right now. All of them. Yeah, it's going to tell you what to do. Okay. It was a lot of reading. I wanted to talk to you. We're going to be here all day. Ring has been tainted for me in this trial. Irish Amy. Yeah, we're going to be here all day, baby. I think I don't know. Yeah, I know. I just don't. We can't talk about that. I know. I only say one thing about the one thing that I told my lawyer I wanted to see everything that they have. We have a private go so I get to go in. It's not like behind the glass. It's been all some video and some text and some writing. Yeah, we're going to be working on it all week. He's up all month, so don't be in a big rush right now because I need to see everything. I'm nothing. I don't know what's going on. He said supposedly there's a preliminary. No. And they might just do me or another day within 10 days. Not sure what that means today because he said your lawyer's that really going along with his. I don't want him to rush because I need to see everything, and then there's some stuff I want to see everything. Hold on a sec. Yeah, so it's not split up into, Monica said this and Baker said that. It's just a big free-for-all. The lawyer's going to belong. Let's see. He won't get his B-bill sheet. Don't have any idea. If you order on, so I had to erase it off. I miss you like you're present. I do. I love it. I don't know. Are they going to take this away from me and put it on your hand? Are they going to take it away from me and put it on your hand? It says it twice. They would take it though. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to fall right. So get something and tie it. Put it up so far. I've put it in an envelope, and every time I put in the envelope in letters, it gets through, no problem. Keep it in this envelope when you go through. Read my letters. Yep, I'll read this. So I thought I'd be writing to you all week, and I thought I'm just going to give it to him there because you're not going to get it in front of them. I'm going to keep writing I don't give a no. You can't mean I'm not writing anything bad. The same stuff, always write nothing bad, nothing you know. Let's see. You shouldn't until I say until you hear from me, but then you don't hear from me for like a month. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. What do you say? What do you got to say about these letters? Do you agree with them or no? What's your positioning on these letters? What do you say? Let's see. Should have gotten it. I did a nice design mine RV on it. I got to look at it because it'll be here hopefully finger, but I figured out what I saw you today. You look good. Did you read the part about the no? Yeah. Did you read it? Yeah. I know, yeah. I feel so much better. Don't worry. Really, dude? Seriously? Resolute? Yeah, don't you read? You read my letter, you understood me now, you're clear, got it. I even said that we think so much like this scary. Finish reading my letter. Okay, I kind of remember that. You're going to say how they did she. It's so funny. I'm going to open yours last night at 10:30 or 11. I don't know why the mail came so late. My friend got up and after I read it. Everything you wrote in this letter, I have all the pages I just sent to you. This is just like gibberish. Because there's more, you have to flush. Okay, all right, I'll read okay. Just finish reading because you got a flush. All right, this is the last one you wrote. I don't know, it's all down me. It's all me down in there and all, right? I'm going to read to, my God, I'm going to stop reading this here for okay. This is just gibberish. Widespread panic. Bilbo was cuddling in my lap, but now he's looking for Super Bowl. Oh, Leslie, that time of day. No worries. Have a good night. I have no clue. You know what? Say crazy. You don't have many opportunities. We may not even have an opportunity. So that's what we do. We do, of course. We see you got all the good stuff, I think, of everything, even when I break it off. This is just gibberish. I can't, okay, wait. I don't understand what I'm trying to say. I can't say it out loud. How does it look me writing to you after they told me they found your D well? You already explained to them. I know that, and for me, you, that's fine, but that's for a jury. Well, I have, you're going to love it. I wish I could tell you they take it off that far. I'm going to blast them. I'm going to use your own sister to do it. I stay up at night thinking about it, all kind of stuff, and I want to tell you, would even tell me that it's ingenious. And they're saying, but again, they're just trying to get you to stop. They don't want you to take a chance. That's all that it tells me. The same. I already told him, go stop, man, just move on. I mean, this is just gibberish. This is what the jury read. This came from Drunky the Bear, as far as I know. This is the transcript from yesterday. Okay, when they did it, they cut it off at the top, so I don't know if I didn't see the address. If it's in the letter, okay. Right, cool. If it's all right, cool. We probably get it because I didn't hear from you yet, and I was really worried. It's written like by her, so you should respond with somebody else. Somebody else, was that tough? Because my problem is I don't trust soul. Yeah, I don't, you know, did you? This is just complete. Did a plane just fly over? It did, yes. I have the window open. I just opened the window. Let's see. Don't let them scare you like that. I understand. I even mentioned the part about the family. I even mentioned that too. It's really heavy. I can only imagine, but no matter what happens, no matter what you already know, that this, there, I wrote everything in that letter. There's 7 billion people. I remember this part. There's 7 billion people on this planet. I don't think there's 2 people who are going through this like us. I said the same thing. This is just crazy, unique. Yeah, I remember that exchange. He says, yeah, that was Baker saying there's 7 billion people on the planet, and what they're going through is unique. I definitely remember that. Let's see. They keep putting us in the same spot, so my lawyer got a court order today for you not to be near me. So you couldn't talk to me, and we're still here. So why would you do that? He doesn't want you talking to me. So she got a court order for them not to talk, and yet here they are still talking. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I can scan it. There's no rushing in. It's going to be fine. I told you I'll always find a way, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't want you to try a way that's going to get you jammed up somehow. I understand. It's just, my family knows I'm writing to you. That's got to be her, right? That's got to be Monica. Receiving your mail. Why, how do they know that? I don't know how they know that, or if they even know, but they will know because they are using our letters. They're going to use that. Let's see. I can understand about that as the family aspect of that. Yeah, but as far as anything else is nothing. So that's the problem. I haven't put that in the letter. I can only imagine. I know I can't because they don't. They believe what the detectives told them. My defending you is not enough for them. I know, but there's nothing else. It's not enough. We leave it at that. But what that so I don't know. Oh my God, this is like complete gibberish. Let's see. I'm probably going to see you back here in a week or 10 days, so just bring it with you unless they separate the days, and I'll see you again. I don't think that's going on. I love you and resolute, and nothing lives can't with me. They tell me you said you all need nothing. That's just gibberish. I had to get lawyers for the kids. I remember this. I had to get an estate to protect all of our assets because we want it. Oh, wow. Yeah. So it's frozen. I can sell my house now, but it's all going to change because I think it's, going to be the way it's supposed to be. I want you out of here and I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'll live. I want you out. I remember that part. You don't need to be in here. You need to be strong. I remember that part. No, actually I did, but nothing, but I love you. Yeah, so nothing there. I have a lot of mixed feelings out there, but that's an old life. For a new one, yeah, the new one with you, my baby. You look good. You really look good. I got a chance to look at you like 100%. I'll remember that for the next 5 years as I'm fighting this. I remember that forever. I'll remember that forever. I was told these kind of CAS, which I knew that anyway. They drag. So I was kind of ready. It's okay. I'll tell you a little bit more, but I have a guy who I'm locked up with. He's a Filipino guy. He wants me to keep contact with him. He kind of doesn't know anything about nothing, but he understands how the system in here. He would probably let me use his number for us to drop messages. If there's an important message every Friday, you call that number and I'll go and I'm fine. Oh, here's the 3-way. I'm fine. He would probably figure out a way we could get 3-way call. Anyway, I'm working on all that. So I'll let you know it's time progressing. My lawyer just said he was telling me what to expect and that the deal was so he told me again not to speak to you recording all this. You say that again, says they're recording all of this. Do not tell what to expect. The public knowledge has nothing, like no strategy or nothing. They just continue. Trust me, say nothing. Let's see. Don't forget to take your ring and put it on your hair. Okay, so I guess he made some kind of ring. I'm going to do that surprise thing of that. I can't just wear it. That's what I was thinking. I mean, a lot of girls, they took my ring. They took my ring when I remember this. When they processed her, they took her ring. But a lot of girls in there have their wedding bands on because they don't come off. So I tell them it doesn't come off and you're so gorgeous, baby. You're just like me a little. I love you so much. It's had quite a few relationships, not like this, but it's different. This is like supercharged. It's weird. I've never synced up like this with anybody. Do you still sync up with her? I read what you write and I wrote it, and the same for you. Let's see. So my bunny gets up. I'm not even sure what that is. I'm reading it and everything that. See. When I told you I wish it was a way I could talk to you, but hey, whoosh, your eyes tell me you're going to be okay. I'm telling you, you can't. I can't even read half of this stuff. I thought I said like 56 lesties or some. I thought something like there's no thousands. Oh, I know there's like 13,000, 9,000 or some, messages. All for yours because you were texting, you were texting family and stuff like that. It wasn't, you guys were texting. Let's see. I want to see this new to whatever is the problem. Again, this makes no sense. I have to make sure everything's okay. That's all. What's going on? They said 7 phones, almost fell out of my chair. Like, well, my family is 4 and you had 3 apparently. Okay, so I guess they found 7 phones. Okay, just wait to, oh God, how did you make this ring? I had cost me a soup. That it's good, actually. I was supposed to get one more made, which I'm going to get, which is my ring. That one was yours. That's supposed to be the one. How did you do that? Okay, so there's shampoo bottle material. So it's made out of shampoo. I know there's a chrome one they make now that's made out of potato chip bag. Looks real, as if I was going to have a necklace made for you. So I was going to make a potato chip bag necklace for her. Drunky the Bear. I think part of the point is if Monica didn't have anything to hide, they wouldn't be flushing and whispering. Yeah. Let's see. Oh God. Take about you all that come with you. Show me the underwear. After you show me the underwear, I want to kiss you. Maybe we can sneak one in there somewhere. Oh, I was trying to touch a hand. At least they're doing a good job of keeping us separated. If we were nice, these guys, they'd let us be. They'll eventually let us because we're going to start coming here a lot with, I'll be fine to go stupid. I wonder if their new information, new discovery is us here last time. Something to do more with the little phone they were talking about. Whatever that is has something to do with it. I'm not sure. It's like 710 phone thing, whatever that is. So I don't know. Listen, don't worry about it. Don't talk. No, I don't talk to mine until I see him. Like me, neither. Yeah, so no point in writing about it since we're both going to be the say by Monday. So it was a good day still, yeah. I'll be thinking about you all week. I'll be thinking about you. right in the middle. So let's see. Okay, something here. The newspaper every day. Make sure there's no in it. I don't know what that. The front page. Oh yeah. Here we go. You see it when I was on the front page. I didn't see that one. I didn't see either because they took it. They took it away before I got back. Said a picture of you. I don't know. I never saw it. So that's when she was talking about the picture on the newspaper. It was on the front page though. Didn't have a picture. It had a picture of him. I think that's not of you. Just about, was it a police detective? Let's see. Let's see. Counsel, there's more sound of them. Okay, so this is. Okay, so that's now Silverman sounds like. So 60 hours of recording the lockup, whether it was the 2 that occurred in Van Nuys or the 4 here. So 60 hours. Okay, so that's Silverman coming in and talking. Okay, so here's People's Exhibit 267. All right, let's get to let's see. Don't give them, trying to see if I don't be able to get them. He's so sketchy. Let's see. Going right to county, you said today because it was locked down. I might have to go to Towers first. This is just so much gibberish. Let's see. I have a picture. I got lots of pictures. Okay. Oh, I remember this part. I said, don't come. He said, he thinks you're going to make me. I think you. There's camera shoes. They have no video. The video was only for a month or 2. I remember that. And nothing on the other one at night. 2, there's nothing. Only thing is a couple of drops of my DNA. Then you explained that already, that they took it. I remember that. I'm so scared. I remember her saying that. I have to stay in here. I'll take my own life. I remember that. Don't, baby. Yep, I remember that. Him saying, don't. I will not stay here. I'll figure out something. I'll figure something. I can't do this without you. I definitely remember that. We call every week, but for sure, working on it right now. It's got, let's see. It's got to, but it's all recorded. I know. Together, okay, yeah. She say I want to be put on the bus with my husband last because I'm black and they never put the blacks with the girls. I don't know. What the heck they're saying there. Just look at the mail for a few hours and I came back. I took all my mail. Yeah, I took all my mail. Let's see, something, the camera surveillance system or something, but I wrote the same thing then. Why wouldn't we already have that? Why would my boy already know that if they had those letters? Well, they haven't gotten them. Let's see, I was shocked. I saw the video of my interview. Oh, did you? I heard they were with me so bad I answered the way I was supposed to. I didn't answer. Introduced. Oh, introduced you to him as the Knock Knock Burger Task Force. The Knock Knock Burger Task Force. That didn't take my ring. Brought it back 3 hours. Took a picture. You know, I've been saying until you got to figure it out. Let's see, reach out, alter. I'm just trying to make sense of this because it's just nearly impossible. I think it was Monday, but if it wasn't Monday, it was Sunday. You know, it was one of those days. It's that day, that morning, or that day before I make that point to remember it was important. I mean, if there was like a really important, bombshell testimony, they would have pulled it out. All right, let's see. That's why I was writing. You told me you access the surveillance cameras, but I thought you don't even have your phone when you're like working. That's what I'm saying. That's why I wrote that now they're going to use that against you. Showed me how it worked, and you said every now and again I'm on camera. Interesting. Let's see. I should have lied to you. Let's see. I say right in the beginning what you say I said. I should have lied to you. I should have told you. But I know you spent a lot of time with you. We were friends and we became, we found hell. And I really care for you a lot. But I didn't talk about anything. But they're telling DNA, so they think they know in love with you, and I did this without a story. I will never walk away. I will never not talk. Let's stop talking about that. We left alone. All right, until tomorrow at 9. Oh my God. So, I'm going to go ahead and just end this send that for now. Therapist, I hope you don't feel like you have to read this. It relays as much information now as it did when they were saying it. Makes 0 sense. Yeah. Yep. I was hoping that there might be something in there. But you know what? If there was something in there, they would have told us there was something in there, Like, Miss Silverman would have said, is this what we heard on this? She would have pulled that out for sure, as she does. So, yep, if there was something interesting in there, we would have heard it. Or they would have pulled it out. But basically, yeah, that's interesting, but ultimately didn't give me much. But thank you, Drunky the Bear, for sending that. That was cool. Appreciate that. You never know. We got to go through that. You never know what you're going to hear. Yeah, if they would have, Miss Silverman would have asked Roberts, she would have been like, so, because she did say that. She was like, and in that, did we hear da-da-da-da-da? So we would have heard that for sure. Or she would have pulled it out just to make sure. That's what I like about her. She would definitely pull it out. Care Bear, hi everyone. I'm trying to catch up. Defense is really pushing the judge today. Yes, they are. Widespread panic. No way I'd try to commit a crime at this point, knowing what I know the police are capable of figuring out. That's the best deterrent, right? That's the best deterrent. So sadly, yeah, Baca, Fossil will want everyone to suffer through more on his behalf. Well, I go back to the back of the cop car. We only heard 15 minutes during the state, and then prosecution came out and played all 40 minutes. And it does make a difference. It does make a difference between when it's edited, redacted, whatever you want to call it, taken out of context, whatever you want to say. So is he going to play? I don't know if the judge is going to allow him, but maybe. Irish Amy, can't believe how brazenly the defense just kept going over the objections. And the talking objections, judge got really upset about that. Green-eyed cat. So I thought the conversation was so much more cotton heavy. What was with all the heavy breathing? Oh, when they were talking about nothing. That's Monica, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can say. Oh, hot and heavy. I'm sorry. Hot and heavy was so much more hot and heavy. That's Monica. That's just the way she reads. Bible verses and makes it sound, graphic. I think that's the way she is. Oh, here we're back.
Thank you. Detective Roberts, so when you took over this case, give us again the approximate date that was.
It was approximately October of 2019.
Okay, so it was 2 years after the arrests of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct?
A little over that, but yeah.
Okay.
Give or take.
And the prosecution was pending, shall we say?
Correct.
Okay. What was your role then at that time on the case?
It was to obviously assist with the prosecution. There was still a lot of interviews and investigative things that need to be done on the case that was already pending, as well as suspects still outstanding that we were trying to identify and take into custody.
And eventually that person was identified as Christopher Austin, is that right?
One of them, yes.
Yes. Well, the missing murderer, killer, was Christopher Austin, correct?
The person seen in the video was Christopher Austin, yes.
And you are aware that he has since pled guilty or no contest to the murder?
Yes. There is a deal in.
Mike, that's fine. We can talk about it.
Right.
He's pled and he won't be sentenced till after the trial is over, and the deal has to do with less time that he would do than if he had normally just been charged and convicted.
Objection seems facts not in evidence.
Sustain.
And
are you aware?
approach.
You going to approach? All right.
Detective Roberts, we'll get back to the deal. Let me correct one thing in the questioning that I had for you before we broke for lunch, and that was relating to all the calls and contact between Mr. Baker and the defendant, Ms. Sementilli, that was tape recorded in the jail cells and everywhere else in custody, as many as you could, and which were reviewed by you, and eventually some of them played before the jury, correct?
Correct. We're speaking of just the cell overhears?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
We'll call those overhears, if that's okay.
Sure.
And I had talked about that, the decision to which one of the, if we had played all of them, we'd be here days or weeks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So a decision was made on which ones to play, and I said that was made by the prosecution, and actually it was joined by the judge and the prosecutor in terms of which items would be played before the jury and which would not, correct?
Yes, and I think there was certain parameters that the court had placed as well, limiting what the court saw appropriate for us to play.
Sure, and that had involved some explicit language is part of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you're satisfied that the items that were relevant to this case were played before the jury in the last couple of days. Is that correct? I'll withdraw that. You heard all the tapes that were played to the jury?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So knowing that those...
It was January 2018, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And I assume then that there were no more overhears obtained from that day to now. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So between January 2018 and March 2025, as far as you know, there was no communications overhears between the defendant and Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Object, it's leading.
I'm sorry?
And it assumes facts, not an evidence.
Still ruled.
As far as overhears, I do believe that's the last.
Okay. And I take it that any additional overhears would have been recorded just like the ones that were played for the jury in the last few days, as well as the ones that were not. You follow my question?
If I agree with that, if they were determined to have evidentiary value that
Okay.
was important for the jury to hear.
Did this system of overhears, can you tell us briefly what that involved? How the law enforcement or the jail obtained those overhears?
So they were placed, the recording instrument was placed in the cells before the defendants were placed in the cells.
Which cells are we talking about? Because weren't they housed in different locations?
Well, it was the time. Okay, so we're going to go all the way back.
Sure.
On the days, sure. The defendants would appear in court together for preliminary hearing settings and things like that, motions, whatever.
Just like a courtroom like this?
Just like a courtroom like this.
Okay.
And on the days that we knew that they were going, or the detectives then knew that they were going to be at court on the same days, they would place them in cells adjacent to each other or either across or next to each other. And those cells were outfitted with recording devices.
So law enforcement or the jail personnel intentionally placed, at that point, the two defendants in the case close to each other, whereas normally that might not have been the case with normal inmates. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And then the listening devices were placed in there, which also would not ordinarily be the case with normal inmates, correct?
Well,
I mean, if
I
you
don't
had
know about normal, but you can request it. I could request overhears in any of my cases. It's up to the detective whether that's something they want to do in their case.
Okay, and I think we heard that this is only done in special cases, serious cases like this one.
I have to disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's basically...
You were conflating this with the Perkins operations?
No, I'm talking about the overhears.
I understand what you're talking about, but what you said very well.
Did I say the Perkins?
No, you did not say that, but
okay.
Very well.
Just like the Perkins operations.
I think I think the Perkins are different because the resources are limited. There's one team for not only for our entire LAPD, but a lot of times they work for the entire state and city. Whereas the overhears are case specific, and it's really up to the detective in their case if they think they need additional evidence and that their defendants might talk to one another, that is something that they can request to be done.
Okay. So in both cases, the goal is to get additional evidence that they think they may need before they go to trial, correct?
The goal is to get additional evidence.
Okay. And in this case, the additional evidence was Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, correct? Those were the two defendants who were the subject matter of this undercover procedure, shall we call it?
That is correct.
Okay. But in Mr. Baker's case, you knew, by the time you came on, that his DNA, his blood had been matched by DNA to blood basically all over the victim's house the night of the murder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was plenty of evidence there to convict Mr. Baker. Fair statement?
It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay. What you were really looking for, and you, I mean, in the entire LAPD District Attorney's Office, was additional evidence against Ms. Sementilli, who obviously her blood and so forth was not found in the house and was not present during the murder, correct?
I disagree.
Okay. In fact, from the very beginning of the case, and I'm referring back to February 14, 2017, when the DNA was first matched to Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I know it had to then be tested more, but
Sure.
on that date, the LAPD was pretty confident they had one of the murderers, correct?
Yes.
But, as we've heard, he was not arrested, was he?
That's correct.
Now, I know this wasn't your decision, but the decision of LAPD was to leave him on the street, as well as obviously the unidentified second murderer, in order to get more evidence against Ms. Sementilli.
I believe.
Compound and also assumes facts and evidence with respect to this one.
Overruled.
I believe that the goal was to identify and get everybody that was a participant in this murder.
Of course. And the only evidence in general at that time connecting Ms. Sementilli to the murder was that she was having an affair with Mr. Baker. Correct?
I would have to refer back to the timeline. I'm not sure if they had the phone records at that point.
Okay. And obviously phone records were obtained. We've heard testimony about them throughout the investigation. Correct? And those phone records, to a large extent, documented contact between Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker, both on encrypted phones and non-encrypted phones, correct?
Encrypted applications.
Okay, fine. So that was additional evidence that was being sought, correct?
Yes.
But that could have been obtained whether or not Ms. Sementilli was in custody or not, right?
I believe it was obtained.
Right,
when
and she was not in custody.
Correct.
Right. Had she been in custody, had you decided to arrest her and Mr. Baker, that information could have been obtained as well from her phones.
Correct.
And I'm going to jack these facts and evidence.
Overruled.
Okay. So, in essence, you had Mr. Baker, but LAPD engaged in a detailed and I assume extensive and costly surveillance of Ms. Sementilli for the 4 months almost, or 4 months leading up to her arrest in June of the same year, correct?
I believe that the surveillance was directed at Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli, not in an effort to get all the parties involved in the murder and to try and figure out what everybody's role was in the murders.
Okay, well, you knew Mr. Baker's role was killing Fabio Sementilli on the night of the incident, correct?
Well, we know he was there in the house and was most likely the person that killed Mr. Sementilli.
By the way, did you, was one of the goals also when you came on the scene to locate, if you could, and determine what the murder weapon or weapons were in the case?
Trying to locate a murder weapon, yes.
So, as far as you knew, when you came in what year now and month?
The end of 2019.
2019. This is 2 years after the arrest, correct?
Correct, a little over 2 years.
Neither murder weapon had been identified or recovered, correct?
Correct.
And that included knives that you had seized during the course of arrests and search warrants and so forth, correct?
There had been no knives that were identified as being the murder weapon in this case.
And that included a knife that was recovered from the vehicle being driven by Mr. Baker, in which Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli were arrested in June of 2017, correct?
Yes, I had no knowledge that that was the murder weapon in this case.
Did you have... Could I see Exhibit 56? I apologize for not giving you the Zoom here. my trusted co-counsel here is going to put this item up. Exhibit 155. Have you seen that item before that is depicted in that photograph?
I have.
And when did you first see it?
I believe when I got the case, it was part of the crime scene photos. Or not crime scene photos, but the evidence. If this is the knife I believe I'm looking at, it was recovered from the Mustang upon the arrest of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay, and that was on June 14, 2017.
Correct.
And did you investigate whether that was one of the knives used in the murder?
I did not. It was my understanding when I came on the case that the knife had already been analyzed and
excluded.
I don't know, excluded, but it wasn't included. Not included or excluded. It just there was nothing to positively say that this was the murder weapon.
Did you review the reports of Detective Gable, who was on the case before you as part of your bringing you up to speed on the investigation and the case?
I mean, there were over 220,000 documents in this case. I'm sure I did, but I can't remember everything that he wrote.
All right, but I'm sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, since you came into the case 2 years later and 2 years after this exhibit was recovered, that you investigated whether that exhibit had been identified as possibly being the murder weapon or not the murder weapon, correct?
I did not investigate this weapon.
Were you aware that Detective Gable had excluded it as the possible murder weapon?
I object that assumes facts, not evidence.
I wasn't aware that he excluded it. I was aware that there was testing and that there was nothing found in that testing that could say that this was positively the murder weapon.
And where did you get that information from?
That was in the investigative files.
Well, you didn't read a crime report or a report of Gable that said it had been excluded?
I don't remember reading a report that said it was excluded. I'm not saying the report doesn't exist. I don't remember reading that report.
Okay. You knew it had been tested for DNA and that was negative?
Correct.
You knew that the coroner's report had indicated the knife that was used was a serrated edged knife.
I'm going to object that assumes facts, not evidence, and misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
I would have to refresh my memory on that.
Did you review the autopsy report of the medical examiner?
I did.
And I assume, did you mark this report?
Which document?
Yes.
The autopsy report itself, I do not think the report was marked.
Right, the 621.
That's not the autopsy report.
Exhibit or non-exhibit, it may have been. Do you recognize this report?
I'm going to object again. Assumes facts, not evidence, and just states the evidence. It's not the
Sustained.
report.
I understand. Sustained.
I showed you an item. Have you seen that item before?
I have.
And this is an item that was prepared by either Detective Filmore or Detective Plurdy, correct? Or officer.
It assumes it's speculative as to this witness.
Sustained.
Are there names on the report?
They are.
Okay. And you read the report?
Again, Your Honor, I object. It misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
You didn't read the report? I'm sorry. You didn't read we'll call it a piece of paper. Okay? A piece of paper. Did you read this piece of paper?
I read the notes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And partly based on that and the DNA results, that weapon was excluded as a possible murder weapon in this case. Isn't that true?
Based on those notes?
Based on those notes, DNA, and whatever other information you had, you were aware that it was excluded as the murder weapon.
Objection, compound.
It's overruled.
I didn't put any weight into those notes, and that's an honest answer, because I go by the official coroner's report and what the coroner says. Honestly, I rarely even look at the notes from an investigator that attended an autopsy, because I've attended autopsies, and it's really for my sort of, for me, it's a baseline, as I'm waiting for the coroner's report to come in.
Okay.
I don't take a lot of time to be accurate. I don't put wounds exactly where they are on the body.
You're not trained to do that.
Well, I'm trained to take notes, but I'm not trained to do an autopsy, no.
Okay. So obviously, you're not doing the autopsy. You're relying on the medical examiner to do the autopsy, correct?
Yes, and to complete a thorough report is my hope, yes.
And have you ever been one of the officers assigned to attend an autopsy in a case where the culprit or the suspect had not yet been arrested? In other words, an investigation?
Yes.
Or identified?
Yes.
And you're aware that in serious cases where it's still the case hasn't been solved, sometimes LAPD officers attend autopsies, correct?
It's actually, we're required to attend.
Who requires you to?
Our department, the LAPD. I mean, there's certain circumstances if we can't, but even like in this case, when the investigative officer wasn't available, he sent another officer to attend that autopsy.
Okay, and the investigating officer at the time was Parshall, correct?
Yes,
okay.
And Verna.
And were you aware that officers or investigators, Plerdy and Filmore, were told to attend the autopsy?
Objection. Calls for speculation, hearsay.
Sustained on the first ground only.
All right. So when you go and you attend the autopsy, do you reach your own conclusions about the size of the wounds, or where they were, or what weapon possibly created the wound?
Objection irrelevant.
All those.
No.
You rely on the medical examiner.
Yes.
And do you take notes of what he is saying, or do you interview him afterwards, or how do you obtain his opinions on the crucial issues that you're there to observe?
I take preliminary notes just for my sort of edification. And
based on what, if I could interrupt you?
It's based on, sometimes it's based on conversations with the doctor, sometimes it's based on visual observations in the autopsy suite.
But I take it you don't make put down opinions as to what type of weapon, in this case a knife, was used to commit the murder, do you?
If it was something that was discussed with the doctor, I would.
Okay. So it's discussed with the doctor, and then you write a piece of paper that you turn in to the investigator, or who?
So I've never seen notes written on an autopsy like that piece of paper that you showed me.
Is there some reason why this would not be appropriate?
No, it's not that it's not appropriate. It's just not. It's not the way that I've seen it done.
How have you seen it done?
So when you go in for an autopsy, there's a
not personally when you go to the
yeah.
I'm going to object and ask if the witness could just finish her answer.
He's allowing that. He's allowing it.
Go on.
There's a little room that you go into where you put on protective clothing, and in that room, all of the forms that the doctor uses are available, because the doctors go in there to change and they get their reports there, and we're allowed to take them. And most investigators will usually take I don't recall the exact number, but it has the body, has a version of the body, it has a head, it has a picture of things, and I scribble my notes on that as close as I can to what my victim looks like on the in the autopsy suite.
So, just for example, I'm not marking this, but this appears to be an autopsy report, something like that, with the right.
Correct.
And this is the body
Yeah.
drawn,
Right.
and then the notes are put on there. Correct.
Yeah.
What
Yes.
do you do, however, whatever you call it, and whatever piece of paper is put on, what do you do with it when you've completed it?
There's a section within the murder book for the autopsy, and I'll usually either put it in that section, or I'll put it, there's also a section in the murder book for notes. It's up to the individual detective how they want to organize their murder book.
So in this case, if any notes were taken on the autopsy of Fabio Sementilli, it would be up to Detective Parshall as to where he put those notes or pieces of paper, correct?
Correct, and then in that instance, he could even put it, there's a section for other officers' reports. He could have put it in there. It's really up to him.
Now, in your investigation, which included, you said, trying to find out if you could locate the murder weapon, did you review the autopsy report?
I did.
And did you ever see the document that I showed you, the piece of paper prepared by Detective Officer Filmore or Plurdy?
I'm sure I did. I don't recall it.
Well, after viewing it, didn't it play a role in the exclusion of item 155 that's above you, Exhibit 155, as being the murder weapon?
I can't really testify to that because I didn't exclude the knife, so I don't know what was played in the exclusion of this knife.
And eventually, Mr. Austin, are you aware, following his deal, identified that as one of the murder weapons, 155, correct?
I believe he said the knife looked like that. I'm not sure that he identified this specific knife, but I believe that he was shown a picture of the knife that was recovered from the Mustang, and he said, yes, the knife looked like that.
What if I told you he was shown the knife and asked if that was the knife used in the murder, and he said yes? Didn't you see that in the transcript of the proffer?
I don't recall.
Did you read the proffer?
I did not read the proffer. I read the interview and the Perkins.
So when you came on the scene as the investigating officer, is it fair to say you were still looking for the murder weapon?
Yes.
All right. You had no note in your report that murder weapon was found in the Mustang driven by Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker?
Correct.
Now, you were still obviously looking for the second. Well, let me ask you this. So, did you review all of the surveillance, the results of the surveillance and whatever other investigation took place during the 4-month period between the time of the murder and the arrest of Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker?
Are you talking about all the surveillance even prior to the murder?
Well, how much surveillance was there?
Well, there was all the video that was captured on the day of the murder, of course. And then there was some video and photographs that were captured from GND when they followed the defendants, and SIS when they followed the defendants.
Okay, and was there any evidence during the surveillance that established anything other than they were having an affair? Regarding Ms. Sementilli?
Well, yes, I would say of course in the video that was the day of the murder, think there's a lot of stuff that corroborates that Mrs. Sementilli was
Well,
involved.
we all know about the
Okay.
day of the murder and what was recovered and so forth, and the DNA and everything else. I'm talking about following the decision not to arrest either defendant, but especially Mr. Baker. During that 4-month surveillance period, was any evidence recovered tying Ms. Sementilli to the murder?
Circumstantial, I think, evidence.
What, that they
In
were
my mind.
having an affair?
I don't think that the way that Ms. Sementilli was behaving is something that I would expect somebody that lost their husband to behave.
Fair enough. And you believe that because she was cheating on her husband even before the murder and continued to commit adultery, really, before and then cheating afterwards, that meant she was likely the murderer.
It was very suspicious. It was circumstantial evidence that went in the box that included her and did not exclude her. And you keep putting stuff on one side. Exclude, include. And
Okay.
it was evidence that included her.
And you put the affair as include in the box.
I put the post-murder behavior
Right.
in the box that included.
Well, let me ask you this. You've done a lot of murder investigations, I assume, correct?
Yeah.
And
Subjective.
a lot of questions, hypotheses, hypothetical questions were asked. One of the things a murder person who planned a murder with her husband, her lover would have done is maybe have no contact with him after the murder to make sure there was no evidence against her, right?
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
In fact, in this case, Ms. Sementilli invited or allowed Mr. Baker to come to the house 1 or 2 days after the murder itself when others were paying their respects, correct? You were aware of that, right?
Yes, he did come to the house during the memorial.
Were you aware that he had also sent a message saying, "I'm sorry"?
What I'm aware of is that there was a message that was deleted right before the "I'm sorry," so I have no context for what that "I'm sorry" meant. It could mean
Okay. But it was sent by Mr. Baker and it was sent to Ms. Sementilli the day after the murder, is that right? Or the day of the murder?
I don't think it was the day of the murder. It was either the day after or 2 days after.
But after it was common knowledge in the press and so forth that Fabio Sementilli had been killed.
Correct.
Okay. At any time were wiretaps sought to tap the phones or the car or anything else of Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker to see what they were saying to each other?
There were no wiretaps in this case.
But there were tracking devices, correct?
Correct.
And that was to determine where they were going?
Yes, because I believe they were trying to identify the outstanding suspects.
Okay. And at times, an undercover officer was actually stationed in an automobile right next to where Miss Sementilli was.
Yes.
Parked, correct?
Right.
And she was crying, looking at her phone, and was overheard saying, "How could I be so stupid?" Right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This one is just cumulative.
It's overruled.
Is that right?
Yes, I remember that.
Were any other statements overheard, as far as you know, during this 4-month surveillance?
I don't recall.
I mean,
It's possible.
they were seen going to restaurants and bars, correct?
Correct.
Miss Sementilli was seen grabbing the genital area or hugging a bouncer, correct?
Correct.
So there was a lot of evidence that was found basically showing her acting somewhat promiscuous and certainly still having Robert Baker as her lover, correct?
Yes, there was.
And you consider that proof that she was in on the murder?
I considered her behavior as suspicious, and it could not exclude her from being in on the murder.
And excluder became an important issue in the case as it related to insurance proceeds, correct?
I believe that was something that she wanted to happen.
Well, if she was not involved with the murder, she was entitled to her insurance, correct?
Correct.
And half of it was going to the children, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you were aware that she had made several requests of law enforcement as to what was going on with the investigation.
Sure.
And in fact, there were tape recordings of numerous calls made to Detective Parshall back and forth in which insurance was discussed, correct?
Yes,
Did you listen to those calls?
I did.
And isn't it true that throughout those calls as well, or in many of them, she was inquiring what's going on with the investigation? Where is the person who did this? What progress are you making, correct?
I believe that she was trying to find out. Again, the behavior on those phone calls put her in the included box.
So you're saying that an innocent person whose husband was killed would not have been, after 4 months, hounding the police to find out if they'd made any progress in the murder investigation?
I'm going to object calls for speculation.
It's argumentative, so stand on that ground.
But you are aware that every time she called and asked about that, there was a ruse going on by Detective Parshall and the other officers.
Yes.
And the ruse was to have her keep believing that they were making progress. Yes, we've compared the DNA, but it only shows it matches Fabio. We're getting close. We're almost there. You're aware that that was continuously told to her throughout that 4-month period, right?
Yes.
And then it was not unusual for her to call in a few weeks and say, so what happened, right?
I think there was an intense focus on the insurance and collecting the insurance money, and it became suspicious because of how often it was brought up, not only to the detectives but to the Wella executives, to the Wella HR people, to family members, that it was brought up so much that, again, it became more than what you would expect from a normal person that wasn't involved in the murder.
Well, but your opinion was somewhat colored by the fact that she was having an affair with Baker as well, correct?
My opinion is colored by the circumstantial evidence that I believe points to her having something to do with this murder.
But what if I told you that the majority of those calls, tape recorded to Parshall, focus on what's going on with the case? When are you going to find who did this, as much, if not more, than talking about insurance?
I listened to all the calls. I think we have a different interpretation or opinion of those calls.
All right, so the calls would speak for themselves, correct?
Yes.
In the beginning, she needed help in figuring out how to file for the insurance with MetLife to begin with, correct?
I'm going to object calls for speculation.
Well, at some point, wasn't she informed by Detective Parshall or LAPD that they had to submit something to MetLife, in effect clearing her before the insurance could be paid?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I think that was something that Parshall was saying LAPD had to submit, correct?
Yes. Okay. So that was another reason for her to keep calling and finding out if you submitted this to MetLife, yet that we've been cleared, including her children, right?
I mean, again, we have different opinions on...
I'm not talking about the amount of time, but that was one of the subjects that was raised in her calls as to whether or not MetLife had been notified that she had been cleared so they could issue the check.
Correct.
And in fact, one time she got very upset and said, "Can't you even clear my children? Are they suspects?" Remember that?
Yes.
Remember what the answer was?
I do not.
We're working on it. You think it's unusual for a mother to want her children, 16 and 18 years old, to be paid their share of life insurance?
Again, Your Honor, I could object. It's irrelevant. It's also recommended.
Sustain on the second ground.
So getting back to the murder investigation, in all the 4 months that this surveillance was going on, was there one time when Miss Sementilli was overheard saying anything to the effect of, why did we do it? Why did I kill him? I killed him. Anything verbally that she said during those 4 months surveillance that was a confession to being involved in the murder of her husband?
Well, I can't answer that because there were things that were deleted and apps that were deleted, and I don't know what all was said.
Fair enough, but live surveillance could not be deleted, could it?
Correct.
And people and officers in cars sitting next to them and overhearing and so forth, that couldn't be deleted either, could it?
Right.
So, whatever the reasons, there was no evidence gathered in which Miss Sementilli was overheard telling Mr. Baker or anyone else that she had been involved in the murder of her husband. Fair statement?
That she said that? That she was involved? Yes, from the stuff, from the evidence that we had available, there was nothing found that she admitted to being a part of the murder.
And in the overhears that we've just played to the jury over the last several days, and I understand your view of what she said in there might be different than mine, but my question is specific. Did you ever hear her say to Mr. Baker, why did we kill him? I wish we hadn't killed him. Anything of that nature?
Not those words.
But the words that we all heard?
Yes.
Okay. If there had been anything more incriminating that she said on those overhears, it would have been played to the jury, correct?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. So you can say the jury heard everything that you and or the prosecution felt in any way was incriminating to her.
I would say 90% yes. But there wasn't an admission where she said, I killed him. We would have played that.
Okay. Was there anything that was not played that had to do with control that Mr. Baker had over her?
There were some discussions about control, but they were always related to their sexual relationship.
Okay. And one time he uses the word master. Is that correct?
They used master back and forth.
Did you investigate Mr. Baker's background to determine whether or not he had a history of, for lack of a better term, controlling or manipulating women?
Well, if you would include the sexual assault of a minor as controlling, I would say yes.
Okay. So he had a prior conviction for the sexual assault of a minor, correct?
Yes.
Now, in all fairness, how old was the minor, if you recall, about?
I don't. How is that fair?
Well, I mean,
said in all fairness.
No. I guess what I'm saying.
I don't think it's fair, whatever age.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
But is it, what was it, a 6 or 7 year old, or was it a teenager?
Teenager.
Okay, fine. Not, believe me,
right.
Excusing that for a second. So, you had that in his background. Did you investigate the number of wives or girlfriends he had before Miss Sementilli?
I'm going to check the relevance.
Total.
Yeah, I wouldn't say investigate, but it was part of the material, part of the investigation. I was aware that he had 2, maybe 3 wives. He was involved in the porn industry. He managed girls, dancers, etc.
So he pornography and strip clubs and things of that nature were in his background, correct?
Correct.
And you learned that from talking to friends of his, correct?
Correct.
Some of whom testified in this case.
Yes, and you can Google. You can get a lot on Google too, and I think his name comes up on Google.
Okay. The jury's not supposed to do that, so don't say that. Okay. Then following the arrest of the two of them, well, let me ask you this. Were you aware that Detective Parshall, well, first of all, were you aware that Miss Sementilli was in Canada the day before she was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Parshall called her, I assume, to kind of make sure she came back. And in fact, she had flown to Canada several times or during the course of the investigation and always came back, correct? A lot of those had to do with events involving Fabio, honoring him and so forth.
Correct.
But there's never any evidence she went to Canada and was going to stay there.
Right.
Okay. But Parshall told her basically the day before that she had been cleared finally and was going to get the insurance money, correct?
Correct.
And she did fly back, right?
Right.
And she contacted Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
And I assume that was significant to you?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And she also contacted her family, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know if Mr. Baker, upon hearing that, told anybody, boy, now we're free and clear, now we can go away, now we can get a house in Vegas, anything of that nature?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the next day they're arrested in the Mustang.
Right.
There was also evidence introduced concerning a switch from Viber to WhatsApp, is that right?
Correct.
And that occurred, do you recall approximately when?
Yeah, I believe Baker downloaded it on the 25th. And
of what?
I'm sorry, January 25th, 2017. I believe Monica downloaded it on January 30th or 31st of 2017, and Austin as well, all in that latter part of January.
And that was around the time WhatsApp was first made known to the public, correct?
I'm going to object that a call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you determine whether or not, in fact, well, first of all, WhatsApp, I think you would agree, is not an app that's used primarily for criminals, is it?
I agree.
Viber is.
No, I think WhatsApp, Signal, Viber, it's just a choice of which one you want to use. They're all the same. They're encrypted. They all have the same scrambling technique where law enforcement can't get the messages.
But you're not saying it's not used by the general public in large numbers, are you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have WhatsApp. I have Signal.
Okay. Did you know that the daughters, put in WhatsApp right about the same time that Monica did?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Did you investigate whether anyone in her family had in fact installed WhatsApp right about the time that she did?
No.
Were you aware that WhatsApp is a cheaper way of communicating across nations, like from LA to the U.S. to Canada or not? Did you investigate that at all?
I know that it is, you can message free.
Okay. So it has innocent uses as well. Fair enough?
Yeah, but in the totality of what's happening at the time, and Viber no longer being used, and then WhatsApp being downloaded by all the parties involved in this case, it's no longer innocent to me.
Okay. But anything and everything relating to Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker following the murder was not innocent to you. Fair enough?
Well, again, it's whether it goes in the exclusion or the included box, and it's something that is just in the totality and with all the other evidence that was coming in.
But it
is
could have
suspicious.
Could have innocent reasons as well. In other words,
For other people, for Jessica and Isabella, yes.
well, or someone else could be having an affair and not be a murderer, correct?
Oh, sure.
All right. So there's two reasonable explanations for having an affair. One that you could be a murderer, and one that you could just be a
I think
cheater.
there's probably many different reasons people have an affair.
Fair enough. And your job in this case was to find those reasons, if you could, that pointed to her being a murderer.
Correct. No,
Okay.
no.
Involved.
It was to include or exclude, to find everybody responsible in the murder, not just focusing on Monica.
Let me ask you this. As a result of LAPD's decision not to arrest Mr. Baker immediately upon learning about his DNA, there were no search warrants issued for the search of his residence for almost 4 months eventually after he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
So for those 4 months, if he had any of the weapons or any other evidence of the murder, money, coins, anything, that was not available to LAPD, because if they issued a search warrant, it would be alerting him that you were investigating him and therefore destroyed the purpose of the 4 month surveillance.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's get back to the second murderer. When did you first have information that Mr. Austin was a suspect in this case?
That would have been in 2021, I believe.
Okay, and what was that evidence?
That was I wouldn't even call it, he was a suspect. He was somebody we looked at. His name first came up to my attention in 2021 when because of the Facebook Messenger message download WhatsApp, a couple days after the murder.
By Mr. Austin?
By Mr. Baker to Mr. Austin.
Okay. So he became what we hear sometimes as a person of interest.
Yeah, it was suspicious. We were looking for things that stood out in the phone records that was different from the normal.
Did you investigate as to whether or not he was in Los Angeles? Well, you knew he lived in Anchorage, correct?
At the time that we had that message, it was believed that he lived in Fayetteville.
In Arkansas?
Yes.
Okay. And Fayetteville?
Fayetteville, yeah, I always get it.
Okay.
Fayetteville, thank you.
But when did you learn that he actually resided in Anchorage?
In Anchorage, I believe it was the end, mid 2022.
And why did you believe he lived in Fayetteville?
That was information that when Cy came on the job, helped out with the expert helped out with the phone records. One of the things we asked him to do was look at the phone records and identify numbers that stood out different from the normal patterns, like he talked about patterns of life or whatever. And there were 8 to 10 names that stood out in the phone records that were given to me
as being
people that we should look at, because the records most of them were like
communicating with Baker
right after the murder, or communicating with Baker near the time of the murder when there was virtually no communication. So just things that were different from his normal phone activity.
But why would that lead you to Fayetteville?
There was Cy had done a little investigation, and that was the information that was given to me that I took, and I probably should have ran Mr. Austin at that point and just did my own due diligence, but I took that information and just ran with that information.
So the information from Cy Ray, is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
Was that the calls were being made to someone in Fayetteville?
No, that the message on Facebook Messenger was sent to Chris Austin, and that Chris Austin was either from or lived in Fayetteville.
So the information he gave you eventually turned out to be inaccurate.
Correct.
Okay.
So let me interrupt. I think we need a stretch. Let's get up.
Detective Roberts, when did LAPD become aware that there were two vehicles involved in this case, one being the victim's Porsche and one being another vehicle, I think a Nissan Versa, is that right?
Yes.
Jackson County line.
I'm sorry?
Pound, they're two different.
Overruled.
I don't recall the exact date. I want to say it was in 2017, but I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. And how was that determined?
I believe that came from witness Paula McCullum, who in her statement said that she rented a car for Robert Baker.
On the day of the murder?
On the day of the murder from Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and then it was just backtracking from there.
That was a Nissan Versa, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever locate that vehicle?
Yeah, I did not, but the investigators did.
And it doesn't really have a trunk, does it? It's just like a hatchback back there. Isn't that right?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Did you take a picture of it, or?
There were pictures that were taken. The investigators tracked down the car. I believe it was in another state by the time they tracked it down, and they wrote a search warrant, and they went through the entire car, and I know there's pictures within the investigation of that car and the trunk area.
And she was tied to Mr. Baker, wasn't she?
Yes. Miss McCullum?
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, a girlfriend of his.
Well, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation, hearsay, and assumes facts, not evidence.
Just stand on the first ground.
Did you ever determine what her relationship was with Mr. Baker?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I would call it friends with benefits. I wouldn't call it a girlfriend because she was married, but friends with benefits.
Okay. Mr. Baker had a lot of friends with benefits, didn't he?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Was she interviewed by LAPD?
Yes.
Do you know if she's going to be a witness in this case?
I know she's on the...
Relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did she supply you with any information that Monica Sementilli was involved in the murder?
She provided us with circumstantial evidence that went in the inclusion box.
More circumstantial evidence.
Yes.
Talking about circumstantial evidence, you testified, I can't even remember because I know you've been on the stand off and on several days, but something to do with Mr. Baker being in a vehicle at Target, correct?
Correct.
And you showed video of the vehicle entering and moving and so forth, and then I think you testified to the fact that the vehicle ended up way in the back of a parking lot, way in the back of the Target lot. Is that correct?
At which, well, you could say that either parking spot was sort of towards the back. One was the side back, and one was sort of that little alcove in the very back towards that green container.
I'm sorry. What's our next?
3623.
It is a photograph of it looks like a building and some parking lot.
Very well.
I'm sorry, what number is this?
623. In fact, Your Honor, make it easier, there are 4 photographs. If they could be 623, you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Well, it'd be 623 completely, and you can have it A, B, and C, D, if you wish.
Yes, A, B, C, and D. I'm going to show you some photographs. You were at the Target parking lot, correct?
Yes, I went several times.
Obviously following the murder and when you became an investigator on it.
Yes.
Okay. And that was based on video that you had seen of cars going in and out of the parking lot, including those belonging to Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker, correct?
That was based on Monica Sementilli saying that she was at Target, and then also from the video that corroborated that.
Okay. Now I'm showing you 623, is that right?
It is.
Showing you 623A. Do you recognize the scene in that photograph?
Yes.
And does that appear to be the location where Mr. Baker's vehicle ended up at some time in the Target parking lot, the date of the murder?
It does.
And I believe you testified that somehow he could have gotten from there to a location where Monica Sementilli's vehicle was near that Payless store without being seen by the Target cameras. Did I get that straight?
Without being picked up, yes.
Okay. But isn't it true that there's just no way to do that without going through or climbing fences or something like that?
That's not true.
Okay. So this is A. I'm going to show you B. Does that look familiar to you at all?
That looks like the area that, I guess, if you're facing it, that would be to the right of the alcove. But
okay.
Yeah,
And
where the finger is right there, yes.
So it looks like it's locked. Was it locked the day that you went there?
I don't recall, but we didn't really pay attention to that. So actually, if I recall the day we went there, there may have been items placed in there, but that wasn't an area of interest to us.
Okay, let's go back to A then, Mr. Babich. And you're talking about him exiting this route. Is that correct?
That was one of the routes, or you can continue straight and walk through the parking lot.
You got a pointer there?
It did. I don't see it any longer. It's no longer here.
I don't know what this is, but you can use it.
That's it.
Okay. So can you show us, you described a circuitous route, it sounded like. Can you show us the route?
Well, this was...
Your Honor, I want to object to counsel's testimony and ask...
Sustained.
Can you show us on that photograph where you started at least from?
There were 2 routes. He would have started from here. He would have to jump this fence. There is a door in the interior here.
Okay.
That you would have to go through. When we were there, it was unlocked.
But
an interior door.
I'm sorry, go on.
There was an interior door that was unlocked, and if you went through that interior door, it took you into the shopping center.
All right, let's look at this actually is D. That looks like it's looking at that gate from the other side, correct?
Right, correct.
So you'd have to walk, you're saying he could have walked down that road, that alleyway?
Yes, and there was a door on this side that was unlocked to go through.
Okay, but again, you're talking about how many years after the murder when you were there?
It would have been 4 years after the murder. But there's also
go on.
There's another easier way for him to go through that doesn't involve this alcove, and it's simply, if you can go to the first photo, if you walk just a short way through this parking lot, there's a driveway for vehicular traffic to go into that next shopping center. You can duck into that shopping center and then walk out to Ventura Boulevard.
Okay, but the photograph that's up there now, does that show where the car was parked?
The car was in that little alcove there.
Okay, so, and is that a location that the target cameras can capture, or could have, in the date in question?
It was so far away because it's at the farthest end of the parking lot,
right,
that you could follow the car, because we saw the car leaving from where it was parked, and if you followed that car, it got blurrier as it traveled through the parking lot, but it ends up at this alcove.
Okay, but if the person, I'm using the finger on 623A, walked the way you said, would that not have been picked up by the target camera?
Jeff can ask and answer
I maybe shadows, and I'd have to look again, but I believe it was too far away. Otherwise,
you would have been able to see it on the
I would have been able to testify to seeing it. I don't believe it picked up pedestrian traffic.
And that's one of the reasons, well, I'll withdraw that. Can we see the next photograph, Mr. Babbitt? This is E. Is this the door that you said was open, perhaps?
Perhaps. Without seeing the entire...
The end of the... on D, the end of the walk.
I don't know what's around this corner here.
Around the corner, what if I told you that that's what's around the corner, that box and that little dead end?
I'm going to object that assumes facts, not an evidence.
System.
Okay, but we could remove that. Could we put the first one up there again? But your theory is that Mr. Baker walked in front of the building along to the left, as you showed us a second ago, not through the gate or over the gate going backwards.
That was always my opinion. That would be the easiest way to walk.
Okay.
Without having to, like you said, jump fences or do things like that.
And then, can you tell us again then how he would get from there to where Monica Sementilli's vehicle was?
Do you have the photographs that...
Yes. Your Honor, can we have marked as next 624 A, B, C, and D, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you in a second some photographs where I think you testified Mr. Baker could have ended up without being observed by the cameras.
Sure.
This is A. Now, there is a Payless store a little farther down in the middle of the photograph. Is that right? Or you tell me.
Well, there was.
There
and
was.
This is where he would end up if he... I can't really testify to this photo because this photo doesn't, except for this far end here where the Payless used to be. I think if I...
This better now? Is this B? This is from a more of a distance. Can you see?
For the record, which exhibit are those?
This is 624B.
Thank you.
On this photograph, can you see where Miss Sementilli was parked?
Well, I'm trying to... If the entrance is here...
Okay.
Is it? I mean, this is your photo, so I don't know how these photos were taken, so
It's actually Mr. Dawson's photo. So
I don't know how these photos were taken, but
and
I believe this is the entrance.
yeah, see the sign up there that says Target. So
Yeah,
that
I believe
looks
she entered here. I mean, if you can zoom out, make it not so close. She came in here. This was the Payless at the time,
Okay.
and he came around that building, so he was on the back side of that building.
Well, you're
around here.
hypothesizing that's how he got. He didn't see him.
I'm going to object if the witness can just answer one.
One moment. Are you done with your answer?
Yes.
Continue, Mr. Wood.
Your testimony was where you thought his route could have been without being picked up by the target cameras, correct?
Yes.
You don't see him on any of the target cameras, and can't even see him getting into Miss Sementilli's car, correct?
We see somebody getting into Miss Sementilli's car.
You believe it shows somebody getting into the car?
I do.
Okay. And what about seeing that person before he gets into the car? Where's he coming from?
It's coming from that side of the Payless building.
And you can see that too?
Yes.
I see. Well, we'll get to that. You see was there a doctor's office that I'm showing you right now? You see the doctor's office sign? Was that Bahari, Bahari Medical Group?
Is this part of 624, Counsel?
Yes. C.
Thank you.
Was that, you recognize that sign?
I recognize it from the current photos. I do not know if Bahari Medical Group was there in 2017 or if that was all part of the Payless.
Okay.
The strip mall has changed.
Of course. But you do know that there was a camera somewhere on that face of those buildings that would have picked up whether or not Mr. Baker got in or did not get into Miss Sementilli's car at the time of the day of the murder, correct?
I believe that there was a camera on that building. I do not know if it would have picked that up, but I do know there was a camera, and when they went back to that building, when they realized that that building may have been relevant, it had already been taped over.
And that was because it was only active occurrence for 30 days, correct?
Correct. That is my memory.
So you're saying it took over 30 days for them to determine that the Target parking lot was a important piece of evidence in the case?
I'm going to object. It seems facts, not evidence, and calls for speculation.
It is argumentative as well. It's staying on the second ground as well as being argumentative.
Can you look at, Mr. Babbage is going to show you what looks to be maybe, no, leave that up there if you would, a little white, see that white camera?
I do.
And this is a current a photograph taken a few months ago. I take it you saw that camera there the day you were there?
I'm going to object. It seems facts, not evidence.
Sustained?
Did you see that camera there the day that you were examining the scene?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, how did you know there was a camera that might have caught Mr. Baker if it had been accessed within 30 days in 2017?
I read that in the investigation.
Okay. So, for whatever reason, no one asked about that camera until the tape was gone, correct?
I'm going to object. It seems facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, you didn't see anything in the investigative report that showed a closer video of Miss Sementilli's car and Mr. Baker getting into the car. You didn't see anything of that nature when you became the investigator, did you?
I don't believe that this whole area, that the investigators or anybody knew that that was even relevant at the time that they were out canvassing. They went out and they took several videos from the Target where Monica said she was that day.
Okay. But one of the videos showed her entering the Target and stopping in a parking place where you are claiming Mr. Baker entered, correct?
Yeah, I believe then after you see that video, then they go back and they realize we might need the video from Payless, and they went back and it was no longer there.
But they had interviewed her the day of the murder and knew that she had said voluntarily that she had been to Target and then Ralph's, correct?
Yeah, and so they went out to Target and then Ralph's and collected all the video. They didn't know that this specific corner would be so important.
Okay.
Until they viewed the surveillance.
So that, if it had been available, a camera might have been able to catch the actual location of where she was parked and confirm whether or not Mr. Baker entered or not.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Well, then why does anyone care that it was over 30 days?
Same objection. Also irrelevant.
Overruled.
I guess I don't understand your question. Why does anybody care that it's over 30 days?
Didn't they go out and try to get the video from the camera on the medical group or the Payless?
Yes, once they determined that it was important because somebody got into Monica's truck, they went back to the Payless to collect video, and it was no longer available.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You didn't read, well, I'll withdraw that. Obviously, Ms. Sementilli was incarcerated when you came on the scene. But I think you read over the interviews of Ms. Sementilli by several officers or detectives in which she described her actions the day of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
I know there was one taken the day of the murder. She was interviewed, tape recorded. Do you know how many other times she was recorded and interviewed and recorded?
After her arrest, or
no, before, after the murder.
After the murder.
Right, where you could learn what she had previously said about her actions and where she had driven and come from and came from and went the day of the murder.
I believe it was just the interview that upon her arrest, and then the Perkins, and then the overhears.
Well, but isn't it true that she was re-interviewed by Parshall or Tellis or Gable to take us again the route that you took to Ralph's and Target and so forth to see if there was any inconsistencies in her statements? Wasn't that done?
Was it not on the... my recollection was on the same day of her arrest. I may be wrong.
Okay. But you opined, I think, that the time that she took getting from the Ralph's parking lot to her home took longer the way she described it than when you did the route going many different routes, correct? Did I get that right?
I did do many different routes. I also took the route that she said, and I did it different times of day and on the same time of day.
For what purpose?
To try and see if it ever took me 11 minutes to get there.
Because it took 11 minutes for what?
For Mrs. Sementilli to get there.
Based on the route she said she took, correct?
Based on the time we know she left, the timestamp on the Ralph's video, and the time that Jessica's on the telephone and we hear Monica come home.
Okay. Now, did you have any video, or did the LAPD acquire any video from Ralph's that showed her leaving the Ralph's parking lot?
Not the parking lot, no.
You knew from the video what time she entered the store, correct?
Yes, and what time she left.
And what time she left, she was carrying some groceries, correct?
She was carrying one small bag of groceries.
Okay. And then she walks to her car. Do you see her get in her car?
No.
So when you're saying it took 11 minutes for her to get home, you're timing it from the time she leaves the scene of the camera when she leaves Ralph to the time she arrives at her residence?
Yes.
So you don't know what she did before she even got to her car, if anything? right?
Well, I do know she wasn't on the phone.
Okay.
From
you
the
don't know
phone
if she was
records.
smoking a cigarette?
I don't know if she was smoking a cigarette.
Okay. Or stopping for any other reason, or dropped her bag, or picked it up. You don't have any idea what she did before she got to her car, correct?
That's correct.
All you know is she was not on her phone.
Yes.
And then you don't know when she was driving. Well, let me ask you this. Do any of the surveillance cameras in the area, did they ever pick her up? That is, her car captured on video, leaving the Ralphs and tracking it until it got to the camera we know shows you coming up Oakdale, Queen Victoria, and into the driveway.
Yes. My recollection is that's the only video we have is her coming back into the neighborhood.
So, again, you don't know what route she took coming home, correct?
Well, we know the route that she said she took.
Okay.
coming home.
You don't know if she stopped for any reason?
She didn't say she stopped for any reason.
Okay. And
I believe she was asked
okay.
and did
But-
not say she did.
So you're saying, to be frank, she intentionally waited so she would not get there and see the murder taking place, right? Isn't that your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is that it took her 11 minutes to get somewhere that usually takes never more than 5, and it was very close in time that we see the suspects leaving. So,
That was suspicious to you.
yes.
So being the man interrupt, let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies.
All right. Let us do our little recap here. So this is the defense crossing Detective Mitzi Roberts. So I'm just going to go through my notes here. She took over in October of 2019. Let's see. Yeah, if we played all, so he's talking about the recordings. If we played all the audio recordings, we'd be here for days or weeks. And she's like, yep, correct. Because they were picking up on prosecution does the editing. The recordings were cut down for these proceedings. Prosecution does the editing. Court set up certain parameters as to what was appropriate. So you're satisfied with the content. There was an objection, so he withdrew that. Knowing that the tapes are not all of them, when was the last date? So she thinks it was January 2018, but she's not 100% sure. So we were kind of wondering when's the last time that these two actually talked to each other. So it seems like January 18th may have been the last time they talked to each other. It's been a long time now. When you think about it, when they talk to each other 5,000 times a month, that's a long time not to talk to somebody. All right, no more overhears obtained from that date until now. How did the jail obtain the overhears? So this was something I was interested in. They were calling them overhears, but I was interested to see how did they set this up, right? So I just thought, okay, you're just going to put a mic. Is the microphone on somebody? Is it hanging in the hanging from the ceiling, the wall? Is it hidden? So the defendants would appear in court together. They had adjacent cells, whether they were next to each other, catty corner, across the hall, whatever it is. So the recording equipment was set up in the cells. It was intentionally placed in adjacent. They were intentionally placed in adjacent cells. Like, again, Mr. Levine's making that act like, oh, why would they do that? Why would law enforcement do that? Oh, of course they're going to do that. Of course they're going to do that. So the goal was to get additional evidence. Even though you knew that Baker's DNA was all over the place, she's like, yeah, that was the goal. The goal was to find out, looking for additional evidence against Monica. She actually said, I disagree. The goal was to identify everybody that participated. The only thing that connected Monica was her affair with Baker. The weapon had yet to be identified or recovered. They uncovered a knife in the Mustang. I don't remember that. I got to look that up again. Because I remember they discovered, they had items in the Mustang. I don't remember there being a knife in there. But anyway, they showed that knife, and they've shown that a couple times. There was nothing positive that this was the knife used. That's what Mitzi Roberts says. She reviewed the medical report. She was asked, was there anything that was uncovered that showed anything other than they were having an affair during the 4 months? He kind of kept pecking away at that. And he finally got Mitzi to say, the way Monica was behaving was not what I would expect someone to behave, or not how I would expect someone to behave like that. Sorry. Let's see. Were wiretaps ever sought? And she said no, there were no wiretaps. There was tracking. They were trying to uncover outstanding suspects. I considered her behavior as suspicious, and it couldn't exclude her as being in on the murder. They had to look at her. I mean, it's just bottom line. They had to look at her. Apps were deleted, so I don't know all that was said. So there you go. Fair point. And Mr. Levine said a couple times, fair point. Like, he'd ask a question and Mitzi gave, I think, answers he didn't like. So he'd be like, okay, fair enough, fair point. There was no admission on the recordings. Yeah, she's like, at one point, she's like, no, she didn't say, did you kill him or I killed him? No, she never said that. Was there any control Baker had over her? Was there any evidence that Baker had control? And Mitzi Roberts said it pertained to their relationship. They used master back and forth. Did you look at Baker's history and his controlling of women? So she's like, well, if you mean SA of a minor as controlling, yeah, I'd say yes. And then, how old is the minor in all fairness? And Mitzi Roberts is like, how is that fair? And she was 6 or 7. Or he's like, well, was she 6 or 7 or a teenager? She said a teenager. And he's like, oh, not that makes it right. Yeah. Mr. Levine, come on, man. Maybe, let's see, Baker had 2, maybe 3 wives. He was involved in the industry. He had strip clubs. He basically was, I guess they're saying that he was able to exert control over women. Robert said, you can get a lot on Google, to which Levine said, you can't. Our jurors are not supposed to use Google. Viber, so Baker downloaded Viber January 25th. We heard that many times. Monica downloaded it, a couple of days later. Baker also downloaded it at about the same time. WhatsApp is not generally used by criminals, and she said, I agree. But she said, Signal, WhatsApp, Viber, they're all encrypted. So, so he got this one in. He tried it twice. First time he got objected to. The second time, basically the daughters installed WhatsApp too at that time, but she didn't investigate that. So, I guess they're just showing that just everybody started to download. WhatsApp. Yeah, everybody started to download WhatsApp, so it wasn't so unusual that Monica downloaded it, I guess. So 2021 was when Austin's name first came up. That's when the Facebook message from telling from Baker to Austin saying, get off of WhatsApp, go on to Viber. Mitzi Roberts said that was suspicious. I would have to agree with that. Then they brought up a McCollum. I didn't catch her first name, but a female, McCollum, was interviewed. She was a friends with benefit with Baker. She was interviewed by the LAPD because she was a friend with benefits. Nothing came of it. Then they're showing photos of Target and the secluded area with the alleyway, saying Baker could have jumped through there and done all this stuff. Whatevs. Took Monica 11 minutes to get from Ralph's to home. So Mitzi said she drove that many times, many different times a day, same time of day, different conditions. And she says it never took her more than 5 minutes, which she found suspicious because that's when the suspects were leaving in the Porsche. So she clearly took her time going home. Why didn't she just spend more time at the Ralph's or Target? I don't understand, but that's what they're intimating is what happened. So what are you guys saying? Oh, starting to lose it here. Sinbad, the only thing that bothered me about Austin's testimony was him saying he closed his eyes. Yeah, why? Who would do that if someone is stabbing someone right beside you? Wouldn't you be worried about getting? Yeah. Oh, okay. Therapist, you know, something came for me. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'll do an unveiling. I'll do an unveiling. So therapist, you know, and whoever else was involved with that, we'll do an unveiling tomorrow. Yes, Shirley Roth. He actually married, and he married his stepdaughter, and then she went into the industry with him. I looked that up, and she was one of those. She worked in the adult film industry with him. I'm not even sure what that is in reference to, but are you having a stroke, therapist? You know, Sinbad 33. Woo, I love unveilings. Yes, we're going to do an unveiling. Yes, we will do the reveal on camera. We will do a unveiling, a revealing. Yes. We could even, let's see, we could do it, we could do it tonight. Should we do it tonight or should we do it tomorrow, chat? Unveiling tonight or tomorrow? You tell me. Here, I'll make a poll. Let's do a poll. Poll time. Unveiling tonight or tomorrow? All right, new poll. What do you guys want to do? Therapist. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Screw that. Wait. Let me end that. That was bad. Bad poll. Bad poll. Bad poll. Bad poll. End poll. Bad poll. All right. Let me get this right. Okay. Unveiling tonight or tomorrow? Tonight. Tomorrow. Okay. There. All right. Tonight or tomorrow. And I already know what I'm going to do, but go ahead and vote. All right. New poll. New poll. New poll. New poll, guys. All right. There was a gift purchased for me by Therapist You Know and perhaps some others. I'm not sure who all was involved, but Therapist You Know was the lead on that. And it just came. So I'm asking if you guys want me to unveil it tonight or tomorrow. So that's the question. Should I unveil Therapist You Knows and whoever else was involved with it tonight or tomorrow? You know we can't wait for anything. That's funny. Charmaine, nice. Ken Rosenberg, woo woo. Sinbad, we win. All right. So, now, wait a minute. Unveiling is a great palette cleanser at Krista Limited Edition now. No, you have to wait just a little bit, Krista. Just a little bit. You have to wait just a little bit. Why wait? All right, we'll do it. We'll do it later. We're not going to do it now. Yes. Therapist, you know you rock. Patience? What is that? You guys are worse than 5-year-olds on Christmas. Butterfly Dana, if I would die before tomorrow, I would not know the answer. All right, fair enough. Full screen, of course. I will do. We know none of patience in this chat. Sinbad 33, full screen, of course. Yep. Thank you to everyone who donated. Yes, I don't know your names, but thank you. Only Therapist You Know is the only one who knows that, so thank you. Charmaine, really appreciate you hanging late with us. Yeah, no problem. Hellcat, you went into the store? That's okay. Oh, Caprila. I'm laying half alive in bed with the flu, but I've been listening. Oh, yeah, I caught something too. I'm not feeling the best right now, but we'll get through it now. Sinbad 33. I want it now. Victoria George, 15-minute break. So when did they call it? They called it 10 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. Yeah, they called it 12 minutes ago, so maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry, Caprila. I hope you feel better. Oh, you can hear it being dragged in by poor Aaron. You don't have to do that. You don't have to.
It's a loud sound. So.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. I'll take it from here. Or are you gonna? Yeah.
Just slide it over.
We're gonna wait till afterwards.
Oh, you're not gonna go.
We'll do it after. Yeah, we're gonna do it after.
Okay.
So I'm sure you heard that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, Ken, thank you so much. Oh, wait, oh. Get out of my head. Hold on a second. Hold on. Dang it, Ken, it's going too fast for me. There we go. Ken, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buddy. Oh, Whiskey Brand. Awesome. That's a good one. That got it. Bonnie Pinkton, Whiskey Brand. Come on down, Whiskey. Oh, no, it's Whisk. Whisk Brand. I thought it was Whiskey Brand. You can see where my mind is going. All right, Wear Therapist, I got to pull this one up. I want a party with roomfuls of laughter, 10,000 tons of ice cream, and if I don't get the things I'm after, I'm going to scream. Yes, Fala, an unveiling. You see what happens when you go feed the dogs? You see what happens when you take care of your pets? The gift that Therapist you know so graciously purchased for me has come. So. Well, Mel Stiller, the gift that Therapist you know has so graciously purchased has arrived. So I'm going to do an unveiling after the stream tonight. So, and okay, so it was whoever was in on this, and I'm getting word from my producer that it was our Mod Squad. So thank you, Mod Squad. Wasn't okay. You were just the coordinator. All right. So Therapist you know was the coordinator. So our entire Mod Squad, for all you that, for those that participated in this, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, now, Mel, you're going to have to wait till the end now, aren't you? Sorry. Hey, I put it up. Do you want it today or tomorrow? So what have you guys done so far? 83% want tonight, 17% want tomorrow. All right. Fair enough. Yes, the Mod Squad, you are the best, Irish Amy says. Butterfly Dana, yes, Mod Squad is so awesome and neat. Oh boy, surprise for me. Oh. Is it another kitty? Oh, Lily Wayne. Yep. It might be. It's almost as if I read that as, because I just read Lily Wayne, is it another kitty? And then it might be another Super Bowl. It might be for Super Bowl. Mel Stoller, I was busy when you brought up this unveiling business. What are we unveiling? I know what it is, but I'm not going to say what it is, so you have to stick around until the end. Unless you absolutely positively have to leave. Then maybe I'll tell you. You mods rock big time. Yes, Christmas came early. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. Sherry Singretti. No, there's only one Super Bowl. And Baka, are there holes in the box? It's not making any noise. It did move though. It did waver. Oh, okay. So Fala, Rachel, Aaron, Hellcat, Pammy, and OnlyFan. Oh, well, thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Fala said, I told you I was sending you my cat. That is true. Did you hear the dragging? That would be a big kitty. Oh, not you, Kristen. Okay, sorry. Okay, so Kristen, Fala, Dr. B, Dr. Rachel, Pammy, and Hellcat. Aw, thank you, Pammy. You don't hear any barking? Uh-oh, it moved. No, I'm only kidding. It is inanimate. It is an inanimate. Lizards stay very still. Yeah, lizards stay very still. I also got something else from my brother-in-law. He sent me some books. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to do, and they're going to be on, not this Wednesday because we have Pammy's daughter on this coming Wednesday. Tomorrow we have Pammy's daughter, along with two of her co-founders for Advocacy Con. Inanimate, yes, inanimate. But next Wednesday, my brother-in-law and they're coming on, and my sister are coming on, and he sent me some gifts, so I'll open that up as well. maybe it's dinner. Oh, Krista also contributed. Okay, I did not know that, Krista. Thank you so much. Guys, I'm getting this information on the fly. I have no idea who was involved with this. I'm just saying thank you for all that were involved. But it was beyond our mod squad. So Pammy and Krista, thank you for that. Appreciate it. I didn't know. I truly don't know. So I'm only going on what I'm seeing. So yes. So thank you, Krista. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Fala. Thank you, Dr. Rachel. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you, Hellcat. Thank you, guys. And yes, Pammy, definitely tomorrow. Tomorrow and Shoot the Shit with Squeegee at 8 o'clock, you guys. Open their back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Roberts, when you testified previously in this case, do you recall indicating that the reason that, or one of the reasons Mr. Baker would have taken a circuitous route is because he didn't want to be picked up by the cameras by the Payless store, not knowing that they were going to be destroyed in 30 days? Wasn't that?
I'm going to object. That's argumentative, saying that.
I'll allow.
My question is, wasn't that one of your theories when you testified a few days ago?
I mean, maybe in a different... I don't remember it as you're stating it.
Well, what was the reason that you gave, if you recall, why Mr. Baker had to take that circuitous route around the building, as you described it, to get to Sementilli's car? Why wouldn't he just walk from where he parked to the car?
I mean, yeah. If he knew there was cameras on the target, to go undetected by the cameras that were visible.
Okay, and I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, you also opined that he did not want to be caught by any of the cameras that were visible on the Payless.
Yes. At that point, where he's actually meeting up with Monica, and I believe that there's statements to that effect in some of the overhears.
Okay. But going back to your theory, was they didn't know, or Mr. Baker didn't know, that the cameras would be destroyed in 30 days, so he was trying to avoid that when you say he entered Miss Sementilli's car.
I don't believe that he didn't know there was cameras. I believe that they were trying not to be captured on the target camera.
Not the Payless camera or the cameras on the wall there.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go. back to the route that Ms. Sementilli says she took and the time it took her to get home. Do you recall reading an interview of her by Parshall, Tellis, and Gable on May 18, 2017, about 3 weeks or 4 weeks before her arrest?
Is that the interview with the knock-knock ruse?
Yes.
I don't recall reading it. I listened to it.
Okay. And in it, then whoever was questioning her asked her again to describe her route that she took from the target to home on the day of the murder.
I don't recall.
Wasn't that the route that you were relying on and saying that it shouldn't have taken her 11 minutes to get home?
I drove every possible route that you could drive, and it never took me more than 5 minutes was the longest it took me.
No, I'm not quarreling with that. I'm saying that she had to remember 4 months later in an interview a route she took on the day of the murder from the Ralph's home, and remember if she had a cigarette or stopped for listen to music or whatever 4 months later. Isn't that true?
I'm going to object, remember, it's now cumulative.
So rule.
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Isn't it true that the route that you've relied on in terms of what Monica Sementilli said she took the day of the murder was from the interview of her on May 18th, 2017?
No, that's not correct. I didn't rely on any route because I drove every possible route you could drive, including the one that she gave.
Okay, but you would agree that it'd be hard to remember 4 months earlier whether you had a cigarette or stopped for some other reason on the way home.
Objection, speculation.
Just name.
Okay. Now, whoever was in on the murder, I assume, would want to have given, based on your investigation, time for the Porsche to escape and leave the scene and not be apprehended 2, 3, 4 minutes after the murder.
Objection, recommended.
Sustain.
So, are you aware of when, first of all, Monica Sementilli actually arrived home?
Yes.
And what time was that?
Oh gosh. Well, I'd have to refer to the
Would you mind? Because I'm going to get into that with her daughter as well. So, do you have that?
I don't have it with me. I when I retired, I don't have any of the investigative materials.
No, but I'm sorry. You were shown that whole chart and video of cars coming and going and where they were and so forth the day of the murder, correct?
Correct.
All right. And referring back to that, it had Miss Sementilli arriving about a minute after Baker and Austin are seen leaving in the Porsche, correct?
I'm going to object that misstates the evidence.
It's about.
It's vague because I don't know which Ms. Sementilli you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Monica Sementilli arrived at the residence the day of the murder to find her daughter Bella there and her murdered husband, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get to Bella, but how long, but there fortunately is a camera, the one camera apparently that was working in that whole area, that caught the people coming up, running up the street, and the cars leaving the house on the day of the murder, correct?
Yes.
And it caught the two joggers covered up, the two killers, and then it caught the cars involved leaving or coming, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we know that the two murderers are in the house. We know that the Porsche is seen leaving the house, correct?
Yes.
The next person to come home within a minute or less is Bella, correct?
Correct.
And right after her is Monica, correct?
Yes, about a minute after.
So, by that timeline, the Porsche basically had a minute or less to get leave the area and get away clean without getting stopped or arrested by the police, right?
Well, I mean, we would assume that the police would know that a murder had occurred.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. When the 911 call was made, then the 911 operator asked, if they saw anything else and told that the victim's Porsche was seen leaving and give the license plate?
I believe when the 911 call came in, it came in more as a medical emergency because it wasn't reported as a murder because the daughter didn't know what had happened to her father.
Okay. And when did the police, as far as you know from reviewing all the reports and records, first learn that a murder had occurred and a Porsche vehicle with the license number belonging to Fabio Sementilli had left the scene with the murderers inside?
I believe the police got to the location maybe within 20 minutes of the 911 call because it was originally, but I don't know that it was known that the Porsche was actually taken until the detectives arrived on scene and started conducting interviews, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
So either the officers who got there first or the detectives, someone found out that night that the Porsche was taken, stolen, and it contained the two murderers, correct?
Correct.
Was an immediate broadcast put out over the air? Look for Porsche, license number, containing two murders.
I don't recall.
In fact, it wasn't, was it?
Honestly, I don't recall.
It was listed the next day as a stolen vehicle, and a flyer went out. Isn't that what happened?
Governor, I'm going to object that it's 6 facts, non evidence.
I honestly, I don't recall whether a crime broadcast was put out.
Do you know if any helicopters were flying over and were put over the scene to see if they could find the Porsche, or cars in the neighborhood, police cars were traveling around to see if they could find the Porsche the night of the murder?
If I had the comments of the call, which should be in the murder book, all that would be in it.
Well,
including whether a crime broadcast was put out by responding officers.
Well, okay, maybe you can review that, but my question is, having reviewed it, why wasn't a broadcast put out immediately for that Porsche?
Again, I'm going to object. 6 facts, non evidence.
Sustained.
All right. Would you agree, as part of your investigation, that the murderers who were involved in this killing would have wanted more than a minute, if this was being planned, to get away from the scene?
Same objection calls for speculation.
Okay. Now, Bella Sementilli was the first one, Isabella, to find her father's dead body, correct?
Correct.
And she was there even sooner than Monica, correct?
Unfortunately, correct.
Absolutely. And do you know, also, isn't it fair to say that the murderers were at least in the house after 5:37 or 5:40 when I'm sorry. Okay, so the murder takes place about they leave about 4:58 or 5 o'clock, is that right?
Sounds about.
And there's some communication between Fabio on his phone or voicemail or something that he leaves at 4:36 or 4:37, isn't that right?
Correct.
So it's clear, at least at that time, he was alive.
Yeah, you would assume that he was alive at that time.
And the Porsche is seen leaving the garage at what time?
Again, I would have to refer to...
Could you please?
I don't have any documents that have that timeline. It was an electronic timeline, but it should be in the investigative materials.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you a document that, and you tell me if you recognize this document. I opened it to the time of the murder, but it looks like it starts early in the morning. Do you recognize that? Haven't seen that timeline?
I haven't seen this timeline, but
Yeah, Your Honor. So that's not a document from us.
I have a Viber timeline that might have the information in it.
Okay, here's the front page. Do you recognize that at all?
I don't recognize this.
Okay. Then why don't you look at your...
I can see if I had it in that. I can see. Your question again, Mr. Levine, was what time did the Porsche leave?
Yes. Detective Roberts, I'm going to have Mr. Batters put on the screen the video or the...
I have 16:56 and 47 seconds.
I'm going to have him put up... Would you look at the screen to your
Yes.
right? Okay. This is the...
Can I just identify that? I know it's an exhibit. And if you don't know Mr. Levine, I'm sure Mr. Babbage knows it.
Exhibit 158, Your Honor, PKB 158.
Thank you, Mr. Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Babbage. Looking at that, does that appear to be the document you referred to in your testimony a few days ago?
Correct.
Okay. So, does it indicate at what time Baker and Austin were sitting northbound on Winnetka, having left the scene of the murder?
Yes, 4:56 p.m.
And then Bella arrives at...
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Oh, that was on Wells Drive. So 4:53, Baker and Austin are seen leaving the residence.
Okay, 4:53. Now, Isabella returns to the residence at 4:54. Do you see that?
Correct?
So had she arrived a minute earlier, she would have come in on the murder, or at least the parties leaving the garage and the porch, correct?
Yes.
Now you're also aware that prior to that time, sometime 5-10 minutes before then, Monica Sementilli communicated with Bella and vice versa. Is that correct? Do we have that? Can we put that up there? Okay. You see those calls, incoming, outgoing?
You would have to back up. That's to the eye doctor. Okay, Isabella's at 4:24.
Where is Isabella, according to your...
Over the well, he keeps going back and forth, but if he goes
Sorry. Can you
right
put
there.
up the whole thing, Mr. Babbage? Okay.
It's at 4:24 and 27 seconds. If you see that.
Yes, and then it goes to 4:28. There's another outgoing call. You see that?
Yep.
Now.
But that outgoing call is to that is not to the daughter. That's to the eye doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are a series of calls around 4:24, 4:27, and 4:28.
Yes.
4:30 between Monica Sementilli and her daughter Bella. Correct?
Correct.
And it has to do with something with an eye doctor who's also called or calls Monica at the same time, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that Monica Sementilli is in touch with her daughter Bella in one or more of those calls, correct?
If you can go back just one, just so I can see who the call is to. Not that one, but the... Yes.
Okay. Now, what you're saying is Monica Sementilli on the phone, knowing that her lover and his partner are at the house killing her husband, knowing that Bella is going to the eye doctor perhaps, lets her do so and doesn't say anything like, wait for me, I'll meet you for lunch, I'll meet you for coffee, anything to delay her from coming to the house. She allows her to go right to the house and almost walk in on the murder, correct?
Yes.
Argumentative, and we also don't know what was said.
Excuse me. Is argumentative sustained on that ground?
Move to strike.
You don't strike comments of counsel.
I'm
They
sorry.
are not evidence. Comments of counsel are not to be stricken. They're not evidence.
It wasn't that I was striking. It was the answer.
Any answer would be stricken.
Thank you.
Well, you heard on the over here Monica indicating that her attorney had learned that Bella was not intentionally delayed at all and was going to use that as evidence in the case. You heard that in the over here, right?
She just states the evidence.
Did you hear something to that effect in the over here?
That Bella was delayed?
That Bella was not intentionally delayed, even though she was on the phone with her mother. Her mother did nothing to delay her from going to the house and potentially walking in on the murder.
I heard a lot of self-serving statements on the overhears, and I also heard a lot of incriminating statements on the overhears.
Fair enough. You can characterize them any way you want. That's why we have a jury. You don't want to know if you heard that statement.
I don't recall in that specific wording.
But the essence of my question is, would you agree that according to this evidence, Monica Sementilli was in touch with her daughter 15 minutes before the murder took place, maybe less time? Correct?
I would have to see the timeline again.
Well, if she's talking to her at 4:24, 15 minutes would be 4:39. We know Fabio was alive at 4:37, so he's murdered right after that, because the Porsche seen leaving at 4:56? 4:53 they're leaving the residence.
I would agree that she's talking to her daughter because we
Okay.
have the evidence.
And you would agree that whatever she said to her daughter, and that's not in the record, her daughter went right home from the eye doctor and basically almost walked right into a murder. Correct?
Again, assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, she arrived home within a minute of Baker and Austin leaving the residence. Correct?
Yes.
And immediately called 911.
Correct.
And therefore, Baker and Austin had maybe a minute or two to get out of the scene, and Baker to go park the car somewhere, and Austin to be left out, and neither one of them were apprehended that night, correct?
Correct.
And it would mean that Monica Sementilli, if she was in on the murder, would have allowed her daughter, Bella, to be the first one to uncover or discover her father brutally knifed to death by Austin and Baker, correct?
That is what I believe, yes.
Okay. So, there's no question, time-wise, she had to know her daughter was going to be there right around the time the murder took place.
Yes, and I believe that's why she sends out the Viber message to Robert Baker about, 5 minutes before her daughter comes home. 5-10 minutes.
So
to let him know she's coming home.
So it's intentional.
I don't know that it's intentional.
You don't know what the message is to Baker, do you? The Viber message?
No, because it's encrypted out.
Oh, fine. Okay. So you don't know whether she has any idea what Baker's doing or not doing. You just know there was a message back and forth, correct?
Oh, I think she knows what Baker's doing.
I know what you think. I'm just asking you if you can tell by the fact there was a Viber contact what the message was.
In the totality of the day?
No,
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object and ask.
Well, she's not answering the question.
I'm trying to.
I'll withdraw the question and rephrase it. What does encrypted mean?
It's scrambled. We can't get the messages.
So do you know the contents of the message, the Viber message from Monica Sementilli to Robert Baker that we're discussing, right shortly before the...
No, I don't know the content to any of the Viber messages.
Okay. Everything else is your conclusion, speculation, or intuition, or however you want to call it. That's your job as an investigator.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to counsel testimony.
It was argumentative to stand on that ground.
Okay. So, Bella arrives, and then Monica arrives a minute thereafter. Right?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that at some point Baker says to Austin, we better get out of here, Monica's at the target?
I'm going to object. Seems facts, not evidence.
I'll allow it.
I don't recall those specific words.
You don't recall that in one of the interviews or proffers of Mr. Austin?
I didn't listen to the proffer.
Okay.
If it's in the proffer, but...
So you don't know whether Mr. Baker, there's evidence of Mr. Baker worrying about whether Bella's going to show up or commenting on the fact that, whoa, we just missed her. Anything of that nature? Did your investigation reveal that?
I don't recall anything of that nature.
Okay. Did the investigation that you participated in before you come to the conclusion that Austin was in the trunk of the car?
No.
Did you eventually learn that that's what he claimed?
Yes, that's eventually what he testified to.
Okay. But you didn't listen to any of his interviews before his testimony?
As I testified prior, I listened to the Perkins and his interview up in Washington, but I did not listen to the proffer.
So in his interview and his Perkins, and we all know what Perkins is, the undercover officer that the suspect Austin doesn't know or is not supposed to know is working for the police, correct?
Correct.
At any time during those interviews, does he say that he was in the trunk of the car?
Not that I remember.
That Monica Sementilli planned the murder with Mr. Baker, does she? Does he?
I'm going to object as to interviews. She only heard...
I know, it's also cumulative.
All right, I'll withdraw that. They speak for themselves. So, let's go back to then how we get to Mr. Austin to begin with.
Sure.
After the Fayetteville inaccuracy from Mr. Ray, you learn that he lives in Alaska, right?
Yes.
And you learn that there's been contact between him and Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
Do you attempt to find out if Mr. Austin was in Los Angeles the day of the murder?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Wrote two ways. I wrote a phone application, search warrant for his cell phone.
So you knew his cell phone number?
I'm sorry. I'm all scattered.
That's okay.
I wrote a search warrant for airline manifests.
Okay. And that was when approximately?
That was approximately, I believe that was late 2021.
Okay. So late 2021, you try to determine if Mr. Baker flew down to Los Angeles at or near the time of the murder, right?
Mr. Austin.
Mr. Austin, sorry.
Yes, sir.
And what did you learn?
Well, he wasn't on any in that search warrant, he wasn't on any passenger manifests.
And the reason was you were looking for direct flights as opposed to layovers.
I was looking, not only that, because it's hard to write for a layover, but it was too wide of a search. I was looking for all passenger manifests, because there was only a couple flights that flew from Alaska into LAX. So I wrote for the entire, who was on the entire flight, looking for a specific name. And it wasn't until I actually wrote for the name of Christopher Austin on any flight that I came back with that information.
Well, what you knew is his name at the time you wrote the first search warrant, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't. I wrote it broad, and then it didn't work out. So I figured out another way to write it.
And how much later was that?
Well, there was some stuff in between that.
Can you tell us if the stuff is relevant to your search for the second killer?
It is relevant.
Then please.
Okay. In January of 2022, we contacted federal agents up in Washington State, in the Vancouver area, and asked them to conduct surreptitious surveillance on Christopher Austin to try to capture his DNA so that we could compare it to the unknown samples in this case. So
the DNA, which is mainly in the form of blood, is that correct?
Correct.
From the
Yes.
family residence.
Right.
DNA came back to Baker. I assume some of it came back to Fabio, the victim, and perhaps other members of the family. I don't know, but you had some DNA that came back unknown. In other words, you don't know whose DNA it was because you didn't have a suspect to compare it with, correct?
Yeah, unidentified.
Unidentified. Okay. And in fact, the defense at that time was encouraging the prosecution and you to put that DNA in a CODIS.
That's incorrect.
Well, did the defense request that somehow that unidentified items be compared to whoever the suspect was, whether it's Austin or anyone else?
It's already gone into, it's overruled.
My memory at the time was that there was unknown samples and that the prosecutor tried to relay to the defense that they had to be tested through an accredited laboratory in order to be placed in CODIS. And we were assured that the court was assured that that would be done and released all the unknown samples to the defense.
But the defense
I'd like to finish.
Witness to finish your answer.
You may finish your answer.
Go on.
They were able to deduce a profile from that unknown DNA. Because they didn't use an accredited laboratory.
Who's they?
The defense. I believe it was Baker's defense attorney.
Mr. Simran,
but
correct?
It wasn't the prosecution.
And it wasn't Ms. Sementilli's attorney either.
Well, you asked me to explain, and I'm trying to explain.
Just let us know who the defense is.
She's finishing. Hold on a second, counsel.
Okay. So, because it wasn't with an accredited laboratory, our laboratory could not upload it into CODIS without losing their accreditation. They can only work with laboratories that, I know we had testimony of what it takes to get accreditation. And because that wasn't done, we have this unknown sample that we're not allowed to do anything. We can't even direct comparison to it, to an individual.
And this involved the attorney for Mr. Simran, who has got the DNA and the
Mr. Baker
lab, not Ms. Sementilli.
It involved the attorney, Mr. Simran, who is the attorney for Mr. Baker.
Okay. The defense was requesting that somehow it be uploaded and the right person be apprehended as soon as possible, correct?
Your Honor, I object. It's irrelevant.
That question sustained.
Well, this is all occurring in what year?
I believe that was in 2021. 2021?
Or 22?
2021, 22, the best of my recollection. It went on.
So, when did you first learn that Mr. Austin had in fact flown down to Los Angeles?
It was the third search warrant that was written for manifests. I believe it was in December of 2022 or January of 2023. I think it was January of 2023. He was on a manifest with Alaskan Airlines.
Okay, and showed what?
That he bought a ticket via Kayak, which is a travel booking site, to fly out of Anchorage, Alaska, with a layover in Seattle, landing in LA at Los Angeles International Airport, 34 or 36 in the morning, on January 22nd, 2017.
The day before the murder?
Yes, with a return ticket to return to Anchorage, Alaska from Los Angeles International Airport on January 24, 2017, which he changed at the gate shortly after the murder, the night of the 23rd.
So you had evidence of Mr. Austin coming down the day before the murder, scheduled to go home the day after the murder, and then changing his home flight to the day of the murder?
Correct.
So I assume LAPD at that point went up to Vancouver or Alaska, or got someone to go up and arrest Mr. Austin and find out what's going on.
No, we don't. It's more complicated than that when you're dealing with an individual that's in another state. Can't just go up and arrest him.
I understand, but you can get an arrest warrant, correct?
Correct.
And you could have that, if it's signed based on the evidence you had at the time, you could have that forwarded to the law enforcement agency wherever Mr. Austin was living. Where was that again?
Vancouver, Washington.
Okay, it's in the United States, correct?
Yes.
So they could arrest him based on the arrest warrant, and then LAPD could have gone up and interviewed him and found out what was going on in 2022.
I'm going to object as soon as facts, not evidence.
Sustain.
Did anyone from the Los Angeles Police Department or any other law enforcement agency in LA you know of attempt to have Mr. Austin arrested in 2022?
2022?
Yes, when you said that you got the
That was 2023.
2023, fair enough.
Yes.
And was he arrested?
No.
Why not?
The question was, did we attempt? Yes. Was he arrested? No.
They wouldn't arrest him based on your arrest warrant?
I didn't have an arrest warrant.
Did you seek one?
I went to the district attorney, tried to get a filing for the case. I didn't have enough at that stage to get a filing for the case. I was working with the FBI in Washington.
On this case?
On this case, in June of 2023. They would not do a Perkins operation or arrest Mr. Austin without a UFAP warrant, which is a unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. They would not assist me in any operation and arrest without a filed case. They were not comfortable in doing it. There were too many variables, and they thought it put their agents at unnecessary risk.
So the result was a cold-blooded killer remained on the streets from 2023 to 2024. October 2024, correct?
I'm going to object argumentative.
Sustain.
So, did you seek an arrest warrant for what you needed from the DA's office?
I did.
And it was declined, correct?
I didn't have enough evidence at the time.
Did you have enough evidence to have officers from the Vancouver Police Department arrest Mr. Austin and question him and see if he would confess or give any information about the murder?
That is not a way that I did choose to run this investigation at the time. If I knew I didn't have enough evidence, and I'm not sure that Mr. Austin is going to even talk to me, and I alert him that I'm looking at him for murder, and he says, "Pound sound, I don't want to talk to you," and I have to release him because I don't have a warrant. Now I'm letting a cold-blooded murder out for the rest of his life, most likely.
Levine and interrupt. We're going to take our afternoon adjournment this time till tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admonition applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves with anyone else or to form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening.
Your Honor,
All right. They are done for the day. Interesting. All right, let's do a quick recap, and then we'll do unveilings. I got 2 unveilings. I got 2 things to go over tonight. Okay, so the police got to the location 20 minutes after 911? I don't think so, because the first responder said he was there within like 5 minutes, but whatever. Fabio left a message at 4:36. I don't remember that. That was kind of a new one on me, but so he was still alive at 4:36. Because they got there at like 4:10 or 4:15. Anyway, the Porsche leaves at 4:53, which we knew. Bella arrived at 4:54. So Levine was just going on and on about why would a mother, allow her daughter to come home and potentially walk in on a murder situation. I don't know, because she planned it and she wanted that to happen. Bella went right home from the eye doctor. Now they're talking about Baker's defense. Baker's defense asked for Baker's defense lawyer asked for him to ask for the prosecutor or the law enforcement basically to upload his DNA to CODIS. So I don't know. All right, we are going to get into some opening of some gifts. So I'm excited. Okay, first time we've done it here. Full screen. All right. Let me see if I can get this down a little bit. I think that'll work. All right, I'll leave the what do you call it? Whatever this thing is called, audio microphone on. All right. All right. Is it a cat? What is it? Let me see. What is it? Can you see that? Pull me. All right. So what is it? What could this be? All right. Here we go. It's another rowing machine. It's a kitty tree house. Big. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. All right. Nope, there's instructions. There's even a video that goes with it. All right. Can you see it? I guess you guys can see it okay, right? All right. What is it? Oh, there's definitely some assembly required. All right. Some assembly is required. I love that. There's some ASMR for you. All right. Well, it's not a kitty. It's not a lizard. This is part of it. We had to listen to Monica moan for a week, and Chris is worried about our ears opening a box. All right, so that's... I can confirm that it is not a cat. All right, this is the other half of it. Oh, this is the left side. I better keep this. All right, yep, I shouldn't throw this away. All right, so this is the left side. So it has sides to it. We knew it has sides to it. What else? Whoa, okay. Let's see here. All right. I think it's some kind of vehicle. Not quite sure what it is. It's a bloody RoboCop. Alien's toothbrush. All right, so that's that. Put this back here. Move this out of the way. All right, let's see what else do we have here. All right, some kind of fan. Maybe some kind of fan. Not sure. All right, here's the biggest piece right here. What if I just like disappeared into the box? The alien got me. Oh, all right, here's the biggest. There's the biggest piece of it. All right. I think we can guess what it is. Butt helper magic carpet engine cover. A fantastic. Oh, this is awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, it is soft. Ooh, I like it. Awesome. Awesome. All right, there's a few other things in here. Some kind of lever with some instructions. Up, lift down. All right, there's that. Let's see what else. It says fragile. Why? Why it says fragile? Oh, wow. Definitely parts there. Last thing. There's some, I have to look at that later, some miscellaneous stuff there. All right. This now will become the home for Rafa and Paulie. So in case you guys didn't guess it, that's what it is. For those that didn't quite guess what it is, there you go. So thank you guys. Really appreciate that. All right. I'm not going to put it together right now because that looks like it's going to take me time and effort. But I'll put it together for you guys for tomorrow. Read all instructions first. Okay. Whew, that was a workout. Free tools and parts. You'll have parts left over. Yes. Awesome. I deserve that Atlas chair. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Kitty house now. Yes. Poofer. Hey, yes. It's a chair and a cat toy. So, thank you. It's always fun to give a gift to someone. They have to spend 17 hours assembling. Yes. Yes, thank you to all of our generous people that did this. So you guys are the best. Thank you so much. So again, make sure I got everybody because it's still kind of new to me. Kristen, therapist you know, Fala, Hellcat, Pammy, Dr. Rachel, and Krista Limited Edition. So thank you guys so much for that. I really, really, truly appreciate that. Thanks. I really, that means so much to me. That means so much to me. It's the last thing I was expecting. So thank you. Appreciate it. I will have it assembled for tomorrow, hopefully. I'm hoping. I should. No, I'm not going to let that linger. I will definitely have that assembled for tomorrow. Now, I've got something from my brother-in-law. So let's see what this is. I have no idea what this is. So this is like something I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to look at this first before I actually show you guys, though. I kind of know what it is because, but I'm gonna edit this before, or I'm gonna review it before I show it to you guys. All right, so this is from my brother-in-law. Let's see. Nice. All right, so he says maybe some stuff for a pod episode. All right, so this is from my brother-in-law, Paul. Let me see, I can put this up a little bit more now. All right, let's see. And Paul, if you're watching, I sent you the link, so hopefully you're checking it out. All right, so this is from my brother-in-law, Paul. UK R&B explosion. So this has it's a bunch of, let's see. Sorry, let me see if I can. All kinds of good stuff in there. All right. So this has to be from, it has the Yardbirds on it, Lexus Corner. This definitely is going to be a good listen. All right. There's the other thing he sent. Grit, Noise, and Revolution, the birth of Detroit rock and roll. So definitely going to read this. That's going to be a good one. Oh, wow. Truth About Kent State. So that's going to be a good one. Participant Observer, Lenny Sinclair. So this is actually, is this in German? Oh, yeah, all right. So this is actually in German. So this is pretty cool. These, let me show you all these